T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. Good morning, you filthy apes. Let's get to this today. I see you. I see you, Rizwan. I want to talk about it. Let me cover some of the indices this morning real quickly here, and we'll get into some of the fears that you have. It's important to talk about these things and be open and honest about it. I hear you. I have fears too. There's days where I have it. Sometimes the best thing for me to do when that happens is to walk away. Because emotions are hard to get past. So let's look at some of the stuff that's going on here, and let's try to make some sense of what's going on here. Okay, so the first thing I want to start off with is, and there's some really cool stuff that's happening right now. First of all, SSR is in place. We know during SSR that it kind of gives them an opportunity to be able to legally short, naked short the stock due to some of the rules that are in place that allow them to create liquidity, purposely put in place by the SEC. Anyways, there's 450,000 shares to borrow. It looks like they've dropped down to the 2 millions on the ETFs. So they are borrowing some shares this morning, and calls over puts. Looks like there's about 120,000-ish, 128,000 puts versus, let's see, 234 plus 2, 236, 237 calls. So there's way more calls than there are puts. So keep that in mind, right? There's almost double the amount of people who believe that this is going to be green over moving red. Amazing jump in short exempt volume. We've been following this for a while. 365.121 was yesterday. Results from Monday, and then from Tuesday. 909. It tripled, almost tripled, not quite. I did think the dark pool percentage was actually going to be a lot higher. It ended up being less than what it was the day before. It was 62.4. I thought for sure we'd see 70s again. It'll come. I believe this number is going to jump back up. But look at this short exempt volume, though. That's just absolutely nuts how much it just jumped up. We had an instance down here on 713. Actually, this is funny. This is funny, okay? Because I was mentioning yesterday, 713 kind of, it was my birthday. I felt like we were seeing kind of like a similar pattern of what we saw back then. It did jump up from 456 at some point on the 12th up to the 14th, and ended up having 1.7 million. This is getting up to those numbers that True Demon was saying. These are indicators for a big price increase. So we're moving in the right direction. This is good. Next. 115.6. I'm just refreshing a screen here real quick. Okay, so we lost a little bit of ground in institutional ownership. It was 115.6. So we lost about 200,000 shares in institutional ownership. Not very much. I mean, that's a drop in the bucket. A little bit of institutional ownership backing away. Understandable. I mean, the price did go down. There's got to be some people who walk away from this, and we'll cover that when we talk about this here in just a minute. Let's see if we have Ortex data. Not typically, usually about 20 more minutes before we'd have that, but let's see. I was able to get utilization data, which is up day over day. Let's see if we got the rest of it here. Okay, so we were at 90.41% utilization, and we jumped up to 91.89. On loan, is this date? This is updated? This is updated. Okay, so on loan, we went from 98.4 million shares borrowed to 100.3 million. So we jumped up almost 2 million shares in one day. So let's do some maths. Pull on over my my little tracker sheet here. Shares borrowed. Yesterday at the end of the day when I had tracked it, it was about 1.7 million shares. So I'm going to go ahead and update that, and we'll watch it throughout the day. Oops. update that once we see more shares being borrowed. It does look like our short share interest, did that increase? Yeah, it looks like it did. So 15.08 to 15.39. So the short share interest is increasing. The amount of shares on loan is up here, 98.41. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look at shares left to borrow. And the way we figure that is we take the current amount of shares on loan divided by our utilization, which is a percentage. Right, so we take 98.41. Actually, let's make it a full number. And then we divide that by 0.9189. So there is currently 107 million shares available to loan, right? If we subtract that from the current amount of shares that are lent, we get a total of 8.685, 440,000. Okay, so let's see. I'm a little tired, so I say numbers weird when I'm tired. So shares left to borrowed has dropped by basically the 2 million that we see that have been borrowed. So no new shares have been added to the amount that can be borrowed. The amount left to borrow has just decreased. So I'm going to change this to a 3. And change this to an 8.685. So that is down. They borrowed a crap ton of shares yesterday. Hold on one second, I gotta sneeze. Ooh, saving you guys from the loud sneezes. I have loud sneezes. Okay, so the last thing that we're going to look at is options. I'm just going to update the options from where they were from yesterday. And then we'll be done with the morning indices and looking at them. I will cover some of the stuff, some of the remaining things that I have to talk about with you because I think it's going to excite you. But, you know, take it for what it's worth. We'll look at it together. Let's see what we got here. Options. That's the last thing I'm going to look at. And I got to log into my account to do this because I use Fidelity now. If you didn't have fears, you wouldn't be human. It's okay to have fear. All right, so since I logged into AMC or to Fidelity, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys. We stand number 2 right now on trending stocks. We are at 73% buys versus 27% sells. There are more people buying orders who have buy orders than the people who have selling orders. You know, a huge difference. GME is currently running at 81 to 19, but they're 9th on the list. They did move up a position. We're still holding second. Moving over to options. All right, open interest. The strongest portion for the calls is at 40. That still remains the same at 27.3. So there's some positions that closed based on what I'm seeing. We'll check it later to see if that's accurate, but it does look like there are some $40 positions that closed ever so slightly. It was like maybe 200 positions that closed. On the put side, it is centered around 30 at 15.4. So again, those sold off like 5,000. Can I do undo on this? Is there a control U? No. I should have waited to change that. Anyways, yeah, so 15. So this dropped. The open interest on that put. So, you know, if they were going to get out, if they wanted to cash out, now would be the time for them to cash out if they thought that they were going to not be able to continue to drop this price. And it looks like sometime last night, towards the end of the trading, they cashed out some, maybe 5,000 options. Just dropping down to the bottom down here. These are the lottery ticket guys down here. 37, 30 point. There was looks like about 700 options that closed their positions on that. No idea why. It only cost them $1. I'm kind of starting to doubt some of the reporting on this, so we'll come back and take a look at it later and see if it still matches up. But you know, that's what it says it is right now. Okay, one last thing. I'm just going to cover these right here, and then we'll talk about it. In the pre-market, Robinhood is down 12.94%. Let me get my. I know my screen. I know my camera's not going to really show my face too well, but I'll put it back up here. Okay, so this is the pump and dump right here on Robinhood, and probably some of this money is going to be, you know, any of the money that they make on this is probably going to be used to try and short the stock today. Amazon is up in the pre-market 0.11%. Cinemark is up 0.28%. Dogecoin is down 1.47%. GME is down 0.5%, and we are down. Actually, let me get back to that Doge and see the chart just to see how it's trending. I feel like this is going to drop to 17 at some point before heading back up. We'll see. I might end up being wrong on that. This does look like a shoulder, head, shoulder, which would indicate a downtrend coming. The other shoulder should have been the downtrend. I would have expected to see a little bit more of a drop here. GME is currently down 0.5%. Almost looks like sideways trading from close to about here, but then it does drop down a little bit back down to these levels that it was trading at earlier in the night, late last night and beginning of this morning. And then there's us, and I want to show you something. We haven't seen this too often. Check this out. This is cool. I'm gonna go to a 5-minute interval because it'll probably be easier to see. We have an inverse head and shoulders forming. In the post-market hours, we have this. We have this. And then we have this forming right now, leading up to market open. And this is a bullish indicator. If we continue on this path and form another shoulder at market start today, I think we're going to see a takeoff on price. So we'll keep this. I'll keep this up here so we just kind of watch it and see what happens. At the 30-minute interval, RSI is currently at 41.5, which is on the low side. It's not really low. It's, you know, it's mediocre low. On a 5-minute interval, RSI is kind of high at 60.11. So that's where that consolidation is going to happen, which is going to allow, once this consolidation portion in here happens and you get that second shoulder, it's going to allow RSI to drop down into a range to where this can take off, meaning that it's not overbought. So we'll continue to watch that. And with that, other than looking at the market overall, let's talk about the fears. I'm done, and I'm opening this up to you. I want to know what it is. What is it that you looked at in the past that has you fearful now, other than price? You can talk about price if you want to, but what did you do before you got into the stock? What kind of research did you do? Um, and it's okay to say that you fell into a movement of people who, were buying on this, and you were like, "Wow, this looks like a great idea," and you bought into it, and you didn't have any research. It's okay to say that you didn't have any initial research into this. So, just out of curiosity, because I don't really know. Um, Even if you ignore the short squeeze thesis on a fundamental basis, the fair value of AMC is about between 20 and 30. I agree. 100% I agree. And when I bought into this, that's where I was at. I was looking at it, I was going, it was like $14, and I was like, yeah, that's why I'm buying in, because the very worst case scenario, I almost doubled my money, and then I watched it drop from 14 down to ended up being like $5. So I get what you're saying. So my guess is what you're trying to say is that you bought in at a value that was higher than $20 to $30, and you're now watching. I'm guessing what you're saying is you're watching the price drop into that range that you feel is like a fair market value, and you're afraid that this is where we're going to settle. Is that kind of where you're going with this? Because if it is, we can probably clear that up for you. And of course, there's like you have to remember the 10 to 25-second delay here. So whenever you ask a question and I answer, it's gonna be delayed. So there's a little bit of a delay between us talking. So I will point out a few things while you're writing out your next message. But it looks like decliners right now in the market is 4,557 versus advancers, which is 2,126. The S&P 500 and the Dow Jones are both declining, while the Nasdaq is just breaking even. You averaged up. Okay, so that's the issue that you have, is you averaged up. Okay, so you were below what you would consider the 20 to 30. You averaged up. You brought more shares later on. I don't know if it was more, and I don't want you to say specifics. There's no need to say actual specifics or give actual numbers or anything. Um, I've averaged up too. I bought. I don't know what I'm allowed to say, what I'm not allowed to say. But I'm just going to be straight up and open with you. I bought 8 shares at 20. What was the value? This is just an example. I bought 8 shares at $32.75 yesterday. And here we are at 29.84. Um, I see these as discounts. They're giving me the opportunity to be able to buy more shares at a discounted rate from where we were at. Now, it's not the same rate that it was when I could have bought when it was down at 14 or 5 or whatever price lower you want to give yourself. But it's still a discount off of what it could have been. And why didn't I use that money to buy when it was much lower? I didn't have the money. I didn't have that money at that time. So I have the money now, and I'm buying into it now, and I'm averaging up. And it seems scary on a technical basis. Okay, so you went all in at the 50 range. You know, I don't want to give specifics, but a very large amount of money became available to us in my household through my wife to be able to invest into AMC when it was in the high 50s. And one thing that I keep trying to tell people who are buying into AMC, I say, try to find the best entry point you can, but don't hesitate for too long, because you can't tell if it's going to be on the movement up or if it's at the bottom. There's just really no way. I mean, look at our price prediction tallies that we have on the screen here. Let me pull up the historical, and I got to give John a bonus point here on the historical. I never did that. So look at the historicals. Like, out of the 4 weeks John and I have been doing this, he's predicted the correct price 7 times in 4 weeks. I've predicted it 5. Eric's been doing it for 3 weeks. He's predicted it 8 times. He's got the best ratio. We've missed 9 times. Like, all of us. Like, each one of us has like a $3 range that we can choose randomly, or based on whatever we're seeing for the day. And even with the 3 of us who've been doing this longest, this is Duncan's 2nd week right now that we're in. He's gotten three price corrections, or he's gotten 3 right in the last week and 3 days. You know, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult on this stock to try and guess what the price is going to be on any given day, and we're missing. So this is why I tell people, I say if you're looking to invest into AMC, there is no correct price. It just isn't. You know, you're gonna buy in when you gotta buy in. Um, for me personally, I like to try and find either throughout intraday, I like to find points that I like to support, where I feel like there should be levels of support that I buy that I feel are like lows, or I buy at the end of a day, like when we had 801, 1201, those were big fights. And I bought a bunch of shares during those times when we were fighting those battles. Um, you know, especially 1201. 1201, I think, is where I got a good portion of money in. I had actually sold my dream car that I had, that my wife bought for me 5 years ago. I sold it, and I dumped almost every penny of it into the 1201 fight, and I'm proud. I'm proud that I was able to help. I averaged up at that point because my average was lower, but I really felt convicted in fighting that 1201 battle. And down the road, it helps, right? It helps because it causes them to it it covers the amount of shares that are out there that they use to try and short the stock, so they end up having to borrow more. So I'm going to try to lead into an example. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to lead into an example here. And I'm not trying to treat you like a child. You're not a child. I understand that, but I like to tell my kids that there's there's real fear, things that you should be really afraid of, and then there's unfounded fear. For example, being afraid of the dark in general. That's unfounded fear. It's a fear of the unknown. Um, those are the kind of fears that you want to try to stay away from, that you need to recognize and say, this is an unhealthy fear. It's it's okay to be afraid of the dark, but you don't have to fear the dark, right? Like you know that the reason that you're afraid of the dark is because there's things out there that you just can't see, and what you can't see scares you. The same thing can be said about diving. I'm a diver. When you're diving, you know, you can have a fear of everything that you can't see that's around you, especially if the water's not clear. Um, but it's an unfounded fear. There's really just not a whole lot of data that backs up there being the idea that you're just constantly out, you know, going to die because of swimming in the water. You know, there is definitely risks involved. Every time you step into a car, there's a risk you're going to get in a car accident. Every time you fly in a plane, there's a risk you're going to crash in the plane. Every time you walk outside in a thunderstorm, there's a chance you get struck by lightning. There's definitely reasons to be afraid, but you shouldn't fear it, because statistically, the probability is very low that something bad is going to happen to you. So, um, I assume, based on the information that you're telling me, is that it looks to me like you researched before you bought into this, and that's great. It's really awesome that you did that research. Now you have to look back at that research and you have to ask yourself, does it still hold true? Does the data, besides the price, let's ignore the price, but is all the information that you did in the beginning tell you that what's happening is still happening? And if you're just simply relying on the idea that the stock's worth $20 to $30, and that's the only DDD that you did, then I would say that I understand that fear, because now you're dropping down into that price range that you feel is the appropriate price for the stock. But what about the rest of it? What about the billions of outstanding shares? And I'm going to pull this up. This is what I ended up doing yesterday. This is probably not my best work ever. I am by no means proud of this work, but I'm going to post it up here for you to see. And I posted this on Reddit last night. I can't say that it took I didn't get the best of responses out of this, which is okay. And it is extremely remedial. This is like first year college stuff right here on bell curves, like statistical. This is like, you can't get any easier than this. But what I didn't like was, I saw a PhD guy post something on the internet about a bimodal curve that he created based off of the current amount of shareholders voting on that Say Technologies app or Say Technologies website that was used to count votes and um, voters. And I'm pulling it up right now on my phone because I can't pull it up on the computer. So I'll read off the most current information to you. But this is estimated. What the PhD had done is he had taken the basically 1,200 shares per shareholder that it currently is averaging on this app, and he's saying that they're doing 20% of the work. Like the people who voted so far are probably like the 20%. And then he said 80% is the other portion. And he used the formula of 4.1 million shareholders based it on Adam Aron's announcement in June, divided by the total outstanding shares, which comes out to 120 shares per person. I think that's a terrible, terrible basis to use for that other 80%. And I'll show you why. Just to, because I'm pulling it up here on my phone, just to tell you where we're at currently. Based on this app, there is now 46.6 million. Oops. Oh yeah, that's right. 46.6 million divided by 38,488. Now, before I hit enter on this, when I did this breakdown right here, I did it based off of a 1,200 share holding on average by the people who voted so far on this app, and that was the number that I got when I divided the numbers. It's now 1210, so it's increasing. So the more people that we have coming in and voting through this app, the higher it's getting. It was actually going lower before, and now all of a sudden more and more people flocking to this and voting and putting in their total shares. Now, here's why I suggest, and that PhD that came in and did this bimodal curve, he suggested that the total outstanding shares was at least 3 times the float. 1.4 billion is what he was estimating. So basically 3 times the amount of total shares that there's supposed to be. I'm saying that if you use that methodology, the floor will be that low, but that's flawed methodology. And the reason for that is if you took every single person who's voted so far and on a bell curve you stuck them on the top portion, right up here at the 2.35%, and then you did a curve based on the amount of total shares throughout that amount, you would take 4.1 million people, 2.05 are on this half, 2.05 are on this half. You start separating out the shares, and the average shareholders are going to own somewhere between 191 shares and 1,007 shares. This is a worst case scenario. We're assuming that every single person who's voted so far is at the highest end, and we know for a fact that's not the case. There's some people that have 5-digit amounts of shares in their account, which is insane. If we divide out the 4.1 million people, 68% of the total shareholders at 4.1 would be 2.788 million shareholders. At 95%, it would be 1.107 shareholders in these green boxes, and in these far outside boxes, it would be 205,000 shareholders, or splitting that number in half would be 102.5 thousand shareholders sitting in this top bracket. Now, we've only had, if you just remember that number that I read off, currently voting so far, we only have, come on, app, open up. Oh, Fidelity crashed on me. Oh, wouldn't you know it? Fidelity's installing an app. Does the calculator still have it? It doesn't. Dang it. What was it? Maybe you guys remember it was like 38,000 or something like that shareholders. So maybe a representation of 1/3 of the amount of people that should be in this box have voted so far. And that's basing it off of 4.1 million users. So what I'm suggesting is that, he said that the average of that 80% was 120 shares per person. I'm saying nope. At the very minimum, it should be somewhere around 600 shares. So when you do the math on that, what it ends up looking like on the structure that I have set up right here, if you're just guessing that the average person has 600 shares, per person, and then you multiply that by the 4.1 million, which we know is way less than what we have for shareholders, then you come up with 2.46 billion, which is $1 billion more than that PhD came up with. The floor, the minimum amount of shares that we can have right now is 2.46, and I'm throwing that out there. In March, when I did my modeling, and I did my DD, and I researched everything, I'd already bought in, so I did my DD late, and that's why I said it's okay to do your DD late. But I did my DD late, and I came up with 2 billion shareholders back in March. So to say 2.46 billion now, where we're at, 4 months. Let's see, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. 5 months later, yeah, we're there. We're definitely at least 2.46 billion. Now, I tend to believe that we're much higher than that. It's speculation. I can't really say for certain. If I had to guess, we're probably somewhere in the range of 4 to 7 billion. But likely on the higher side of that, somewhere between 6 and 7 maybe. So, but that is speculation. I haven't done any modeling, and I can't actually prove that, but I can tell you for certainty right now, based on the math that I'm doing, the bare minimum that we can have in shareholders is, or the amount of shares that are outstanding is 2.46 billion shares. So let that sink in, because that number, right, you divide that by, let's divide that number by the total outstanding shares, and I believe that's 513,330,000, something like that. It's pretty close. That's 4.79 times the amount of shares that we have outstanding. I'm getting questions over here, and I know I'm not answering everything, so I'm gonna look back over here. So I left off. Rizwan said, "Thanks, Casey. That's a great analogy. The only thing that keeps me going is that in the unlikely event that these things don't work out, the risk reward on this trade is incredibly insane." It is. It is incredibly insane. Let me keep reading. Normal distribution is definitely the correct approach. I had the same thought when I saw the bimodal distribution analysis. There's so many things wrong with this. As a person who's been working with statistics my entire working life, since 1998. How many years is that? I have no idea. The problems, the flaws with this is assuming that everybody who's voted so far is in the top tier percentage is flawed, majorly flawed. We know they're not. They're distributed somewhere in this mess, but we can't really say. So we're saying worst case scenario, they're the max. So that's flaw number one. Flaw number two is that 4.1 million total investors is low. We know that's from June. Those are numbers from June, and it's only North America. Duncan's on here. He's from Europe. I think he would probably agree with me that there's probably 1 million at least out there. And this is all data from June. So, how many are we? How many are there? Do we have 5, 6, 7 million people? I did some quick math last night just to kind of figure out like how many extra, if you had 1 million additional people, what would that add? Every million people that you add to this, it's an additional 500 million shares. So you add 1 million people to this, and you basically just bought yourself another another total amount of outstanding shares that there are. Let's see. Morning. Know that Casey got you on the doubts and totally get you. Know that Casey got you on the doubts and totally get you. I don't know what that means. SKMC says, any of you calling $25 today, and I'm not sure what Duncan's trying to say there. I lost it in translation. But have those doubts. It's okay. It's okay to be human and have those doubts, but trust in what you're seeing. Trust in the data that you're crunching, and believe in that, because that's really where it's at, right? I mean, you can't. If you sat here and you told me everything that I'm seeing financially tells me that I should be dumping this, I would say, okay, well, show me what you're looking at. And if I agreed with the data that you had to present to me as being data that implies that we're in trouble, I would have to take a serious look at what's happening. Let's look at something. I'm going to show you this. I really for a long time I struggled with the idea that I would show this to people because I don't like to talk about this. It's not something that is. It doesn't make me happy to know this, but I do know that there's a reason for it. The lowest that I gotta update this. So the lowest we hit last night was 28.57. Okay, we were at a high of 40.94 on 7/27. The date's over here on the end. We are now at 28.57, or were earlier this morning, which would be a 30% or 30.2% drop in price. And that's where we stand as of 8/5. I gotta change that as well. Which I believe is now 9 days. This is the longest period of time at this kind of rate that we've seen since I've been tracking this since May. I kind of felt like the squeeze was kind of starting in May because of some of the stuff that happened in early May. But anyways, I started my tracking process. We had a 7-day run, a poor run for where we dropped from 49.79 to 31.1, and it was a 37.5% drop. And that was a 7-day decline, and that was rough, right? And when I say 7 days, this is not including trading. This is including every day. It could include weekends. It's just 7 days from whenever the last time the price was at what it was at before. But anyways, we're at one of the larger size drops, and you can see it because it's color coded in red, and you can see it's a larger size drop. We've had some bigger drops back in early June when we hit the 77, but this is a sizable amount drop. And the reason that I say that this may be the reason I don't like to talk about this is because these are paper hands. Based on the analysis that I've done, anything larger than, say, a 22.5% drop is indeed people selling shares. So when you see that happening, those fears start popping in, and there's a reason for that, and it's because the psychological algorithms that they're using to trade these stocks are specifically set up in a way to cause fear and doubt in investors, and to get people to sell their shares. So we are seeing people sell shares. If I had to guess, I'd say somewhere around 10%. But that's 10% of the float, not 10% of the 2.4 billion that I said was the floor. That's of the float. So 10% of 400,000. If you just want to kind of put that into, or sorry, 400. Wait, what's we're at, so it's 400 million. I'm sorry. No, wait. What is? I had to look and see what the float is. 448.74 million. Oops. Minus. Of course. I can't math in the morning. It's just the way it works for me. 10%, right? So it's just a really easy number. I don't know why I don't just say it. Just drop a zero off of 448 million. So 448,000 shares may have been returned. So half a million shares may have been returned over the last 9 days. So, is it scary? I think so. I think there's reason to be afraid. But everything that I'm seeing data-wise doesn't end up scaring me because I know that there's a much bigger portion out there than just that small amount of 500,000 shares that have been sold off. I also see them borrowing massive amounts. You want to talk? We talked about that earlier this morning. They borrowed just yesterday alone 2 million, almost 2 million shares. Why are they borrowing 2 million shares if they're bleeding off 500,000 retail investors shares? So they're borrowing 2 million and they're buying up maybe 500,000 shares off of retail. So 2.5, what's going on? Like, why are they so desperate to continue to drop this price? And we know what the reason for that is. And the only way they're going to win is they start knocking down numbers. But let me throw you this encouraging piece of insight. If we can't last through a 30% drop, or one of the worst drops that we've had, let's see, is 37% right here. If we can't last through these, and we can't weather through these, how in the world, I got to pull this back over for just a second because I can't show everything on this page. How in the world are we going to last? This is GME's model that I'm pulling up on the page right now. How are we going to last these? On 125, the price went from 136 to $65. That's a 52% drop in price. Went back up to 159 on the same day, back to 61.13. That's a 61.6% drop. How are you going to weather those if you're struggling at 30% now? This is where the diamond hands are formed. The 10% that of the current float that are selling off their shares now are the people who can't withstand this. If you can't withstand this, you're not going to be able to withstand what you're seeing on the page right now. So I can't tell you when to sell. I can tell you to have courage that the process over time looks the same with GME. This is tracking from, I started the tracking for them in the beginning, or the modeling from the beginning of January. Kind of started modeling it after when I felt the squeeze first started for them. And it's important information to look at. I mean, look at this 76.8% drop in price. It went from 482 to 112. Do you think you could have looked at anybody that you know and laughed at their face when they said you didn't sell when it was at 482 bucks and it's now 112? If you can't laugh in their face and know that it's going to get back up to $437, start laughing. Start your laughing. Because the last time I had somebody who did that to me, I laughed. The best Trey laugh I could possibly laugh. And I said, I just bought more. I'm going back to the comments over here. Basically, all the dumb times to sell just around now is probably the worst. SKMC 69 said, oh yeah, I see that it's a mind game. However, I think a ton of money is about to come rolling in, especially if it drops more today. Yeah, and Rizwan said, the problem is that synthetic shares also creates the problem of more paper hands. Synthetic shares causes helps to cause the price lower. So yeah, they do cause more paper hands. I mean, just the share price alone causes paper hands, right? As the price drops, if you bought in at 60, 50, 60, 70, even 40, you're looking at massive amounts of losses. But they aren't realized losses. And the reason that they're not realized is because you still hold on to the shares. The minute that you sell, then you've lost. It's not until you sold that you actually have lost anything. So remember that. SKMC, the last time we were at 29, the next trading day it went to 62, so anything can happen. This is a fight, guys. I'm not lying to you. This is a fight, and you gotta put on you gotta hike up your tights. You gotta put in your chainmail armor, or your, I guess in this day and age it'd be your Kevlar. You gotta put on your Kevlar, you gotta put on your battle helmets, and you gotta strap yourself up with some ammunition. And the ammunition is that money that you're using to buy more shares. If you're averaging up, what you're doing is you're helping to prevent the hedge funds from having available shares to short the stock. In the end, those shares, when the squeeze happens, will be worth exponentially more. And you will look back and you'll wonder to yourself, why didn't I buy more? Because when it gets into those hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars, you won't be able to buy a share. You're gonna look at that, and you're suddenly gonna realize um, that you probably don't have enough money to even buy one share, and that's gonna be impactful, because part of you is gonna be going like, wow, I have so much money, um, I could just sell now and I'm gonna be set. And there's gonna be a lot of people. That's gonna be the next struggle, honestly. The struggle right now is trying to avoid these dips and not selling on them. The next struggle is trying not to sell too early. Because I'll pull it back up over here on GME. When you see a 498.7% increase in price, do you shit your pants? I mean, do you? And then you watch it drop down 50% in the same day, 366 to 182, same day. Do you shit your pants? What kind of battle are you in? It might. I feel like this is like Normandy Beach, right? I mean, maybe you signed up because you want to fight for your country, or you want to fight for a cause or something like that, and you're all gung ho, and next thing you know, you find yourself in a boat, and people are just dying left and right, and you're charging out of this boat, and you feel like you're just like these like massive quantities of fish just jumping out to be just mowed down by bullets. And we know how Normandy ended. um, but you have to probably guess that there are people who are sitting there going like, "What the fuck did I get myself into?" And they shit their pants probably. So you gotta hike it up, and you gotta trudge through it, and you have to decide where you're gonna make your stand and where you're not gonna make your stand, and that's your choice to make. I can't tell you. They're the ones playing a dangerous game by dropping it. People buying more versus paper hands is a gamble. Absolutely. Oh wait, I missed something here. By the way, 900,000 short exempt volume yesterday. That's a lot of shorts. Most like used after SSR went into effect, and it dropped it some 40 cents. Yeah. I did notice that. Do I not have the? Yeah, I don't have the tally marks up. There they are. Short exempt volume is in there. It almost tripled. It's going to be a fight, guys. This is going to be a fight, and you're gonna have to decide. There's going to be points in this fight that some of us aren't going to last through. It's just the way that it is. Unless you're founded enough in the DD that you have, unless you've prepared yourself going into battle well enough, you're not going to be prepared for what's to come. I tell you, one of the hardest things for me probably will be the minute when I see I've made my first million. When I see that I've made my first million, that's going to be a defining point for me, because that's something my dad never was able to do at the age that I'm at. And I looked at my dad as he was a successful person in life, and I know money's not all about success, but being able to make my first million before he made his first million, he was much more accomplished than I have ever been in my lifetime. Setting inflation aside, I still think it would be an incredible feat, and it's going to be an emotional moment for me. Can you give a shout out to my daughter Ramesa and Joaria? Absolutely. Shout out. Awesome. Hopefully, you got the kids involved in this and they see what's happening. I hope I'm not slaughtering the name. Rumacia and Joaria. Welcome to the show, and I'm glad to hear that you guys are watching. Um, your dad or mom, I'm not sure which. I don't know if your dad. I'm assuming this is dad. That's probably a bad assumption to make. But if your dad is involved in an incredible fight here, and this is going to go down in history books. Um, part of the reason why I'm doing these YouTube videos is strictly for the fact that I want to document what's happening. This is going to go down in history books. People are going to talk about this for centuries to come. We look back to the Great Depression in America as a time of a really big struggle in the American economy, and it's something that they teach in schools. And I think that's, even to this day, we learned a lot of stuff during that period of time, and we're at that moment. We're at the precipice of a huge moment that's going to happen. This is a fight. When I see those memes with the grandpa with the grandchildren or children, whoever they are, sitting on the lap, and he's reading from a book, and they're like, what did you do, Grandpa, when you were fighting the battle of the ape battle? And those memes always kind of crack me up a little bit. I think they're pretty funny. I think it'll be really cool to sit back and talk to grandchildren about that kind of stuff. I don't want to ask you how old your kids are, but that's cool, man. It's cool that you got your kids involved. My oldest son is 19. Is he 19 or is he? Yeah, he's 19. It's terrible. I don't know. Yeah, he's 19 years old. Wait a minute, I'm starting to do the math in my head. Yeah, he's 19 years old. He's 19 years old. He's serving in the Air Force, currently in tech school, and I'm super proud of him. But one of the things that I did is I called him. This is something that I never had done for me when I was a kid, but I called him up and I said, you know what? There's an amazing opportunity that I would hate for you to miss out on. I wish somebody had talked to me about my future and my savings. And I told him, I said, I think you really need to put some money into AMC. I don't know how much money you have set aside, but when you're in the military and you first start out, you have nothing, or you have nothing that you can spend money on because you're just simply training and just doing, uh, nothing that causes you to spend money. And so I knew he had some spare cash sitting around. And I said, if you have some spare cash, which I'm sure you do, put some money into AMC. I think it's going to help you out in your future. And I wouldn't say that to him if I had fears. If I had fears and doubts, I wouldn't be able to look at my son and be able to say something like that. Excuse me, I got indigestion. He's a good kid. I know that he probably wouldn't put enough money into it that it would impact him if he did lose. So I'm not worried about that. But I'm sorry, I'm just saying something as I'm talking. He did invest, and I'm proud to have him part of this Ape Nation. So this is a bit of a wedge that's forming here. Actually, it's almost it looks like a triangle because this top line here is so flat. Am I still on the one? I am on the 1 minute. This top line is pretty flat. Sorry guys, I get sidetracked sometimes easily. This looks like a pennant, right? Because you got your flagpole right here, and you got your flag flying out to the side. The problem is, and I forget where it was that I learned this. Oh, are we having our 7 a.m. of volume? Oh yeah, I totally forgot to talk about volume this morning, guys. It's so exciting. Ah man, I wanted to talk about volume. 123,000 shares in the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. 123,000 shares. That's more than we've seen in a while. That's great. We started out the morning this morning at about, when I first came on, I want to say it was like 150,000 shares traded so far. The 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume just doubled it basically, and so we're now starting at 7 a.m. We're at 305,000 shares traded for the day. This is extremely exciting for me. I titled the show today "In the Air Tonight." I can feel it. I can feel it. Can you feel it coming in the night? I feel this. So yeah, look at it. It is breaking out of this triangle. This is what I was going to say. The flag is too long. When the flag is longer than the flag pole, then it's not necessarily a pennant any longer. And since this is a triangle with the flat top side, this is supposed to break out going up. So I'm a little surprised to see it dipping down this low. It could be that the triangle just may not be. I don't really have good. I have one touch point here and one touch point here, so this might drop down below it just a little bit, and I'll redraw it just ever so slightly. But this is on top of the head and shoulders that are forming the inverted head and shoulders. So you got a shoulder, head, shoulder. And imagine this inverted where it was head, shoulder, or sorry, shoulder, head, shoulder. This one is a bullish indicator, meaning that the price should spike up. And if you look at this shoulder here, the length of this shoulder should be about the length of the next shoulder. So we have 1625 to 1934. So like a 2-hour shoulder. This one's starting at 620, so 720, 820. This shoulder should end about here. And then we should see a spike up. So I'm going to draw a box there. I'm going to draw it out to the opening. But I think we might break out of this. I'll make it smaller here. Now I'm just going to do it in this time frame. No, I'm going to do it to the beginning of the open. I'll tell you why, because I'm probably going to have to adjust this out here a little bit. Oh, no, it did start to rebound off of it. Maybe not. I am going to redraw this line just ever so slightly, because I do think that this kind of is signaling towards the pop-off at the beginning of the day. Okay, sorry guys, I'm not reading what's going on over here. You know, we're all good dads, I'm sure, but we try our best, right? We give what we can. There we go. We do have a level of support at $19.25, so it does look like it kind of bounced off of that, possibly. Did I say $19? That's not what I meant to say. $29.24, I'm sorry. So now is about the time when we start looking at volume, or at least I start looking at volume and trying to predict what we're going to have for the day to day. It's been a hot minute since we've had this kind of volume, so it's going to take me a second to figure it out. Let me be silent here for just a minute so I can think in my head. And it's really looking like 180 million. But if that were the case, we should have seen 1 million by 7 a.m., but we might not see it until right about market open. Yeah. I'm going to go with 130 to 150 on volume today. Where's my estimate for volume? Here it is. I missed my estimate yesterday by a fraction. I had 90 to 110. We ended up getting 84 million. It dropped off pretty bad in the end of the day yesterday, but it was higher day over day. Previously we had 61.5 million shares traded, and then yesterday it was 84.1. So that's not bad. 130 to 150 is my prediction for today on volume. Duncan, are you still? I'm going to let you go first today. Are you still going with your prediction for the range that you had, you wanted 10% off the close as your lower for the day today. Is that what you want, or have you come up with something different? I'm going to look and see what 10% would be in case he doesn't answer. So 29.84 on the close minus 2.984. So his bottom would be 26.8 to 29.8 would be his guess for today, unless he decides to change it. So the number that I'm coming up with for you is 26.8 or 26.9 to 29.9. That's what I'm coming up with, but if that's not the numbers that you want, please correct me. I'm quite honestly surprised to see this breaking down. It doesn't defeat our head and shoulders pattern unless it breaks past this line here. So it's okay for it to break down like this. Really what that would just do is extend my triangle time frame out. Closing plus 10%. Oh, plus. I keep forgetting the plus part. You're right. All right, so 29.84 plus 2.984 is 3282. So I'm going to go with 3280 plus 235.80. 33 to 36. Got it. I'm glad I can laugh at myself. All right. Duncan is going extremely bullish today. 33 to 36. Remember, guys, this is for fun. We're not doing this because we, because we're experts or anything of that nature. It's more or less just trying to have like just a friendly competition to decide, if we can guess what the closing prices are going to be for the day. My goodness, where's your other line at? Am I blind? Oh, I am. It's right there at 33.30 to 36. I guess it was that yellow line that was confusing me there. Low point should be closing price plus 10%. Let's just say 33. Okay, did I say I was bullish for the week? If that is true, we need to close it a bit before Friday. Yeah. Oh my gosh, come on. Okay, I'm gonna give my prediction right now. Going back to that Fidelity app and the total amount of votes or voters so far is, because I know 38.6 thousand voters have voted on that app so far. A favorite YouTuber. I'm gonna go with my old pal Trey. I have disagreements with some of the things that Trey has said in the past. But you know what? Nobody has to agree with everybody on this. My favorite new saying is that disagreements are not a problem. They're opportunities to learn. I think Trey's learned a lot. I mean, he's a kid. In comparison to me, he's a kid. He actually is old enough to be a kid of mine. I could have. He could be my child. and I see Trey learning a lot of stuff. Most of what he knows is the military and college, and that's about it. And he's got a lot to learn. But I love his heart and his conviction and his motivation. And man, I'll tell you what, if you want to see somebody who's rock solid in AMC, that's the person I go to is Trey. I have to give him credit for teaching me things that I didn't know about this stock prior to now. I have to give him credit in so many areas. I can't even begin to end where I would stop boasting about what he's done for me in learning. Um, yeah, very genuine. Uh, if there's any YouTuber who um, is not fake about who they are, it is him. He is not fake about who he is. That guy is. I would trust him with my life. I don't even know him. I don't even know him personally, but just having, he's the kind of personality that when I see him, I feel like I have a good sense of character, and that man has good character. Unfortunately, what's going to happen to him in the future is when he gets out of the military and he sees the bad actors in the world. I think it's going to kind of disappoint him a little bit, honestly. This world is filled with just super corrupt people everywhere you go. I worked in civilian world for so long, and I've seen so much that I've been really jaded by it, and I it's so corrupt, so corrupt. I have stories. I have really bad stories, and I'm excited when I see his excitement, and I feel like he sees things from like a child's like perspective or like a fresh perspective that's what I like to try and draw in myself. I try to look back and I try to put all that jaded side away, and I try to see things from children's points of views because they're fresh and it's new and it's raw. And I think sometimes if you want to think outside the box, you have to go there. That's a place you have to go in order to, you have to put all of your other things that kind of like bog you down and your I'm trying to think of the word your stereotypes. You have to put all your stereotypes aside. You have to put all of your baggage aside, and to see things outside the box, you have to come from an approach from a childlike perspective and see things for how they are. Um, so yeah, that's why I like him. He's probably my favorite. I go to, and I hate to plug this person now because I've seen him post some things on Twitter that are kind of getting questionable, but I am going to go with Charlie's vids. Like if you want to look into a deep dive into some of these NSCC laws that are being passed or put into place, Charlie's vids is a place that I would go. He has some good technical analysis on that. I would not get tied up into some of his tinfoil hat stuff. Be careful. Um, he's a bit into tinfoil hat stuff sometimes, but he does amazing deep dives into some of the technical analysis um, on those reports, and he's good at following where some of the money's going into ETFs. And he's finding out where the ETFs are that have all of AMC and GME's money, and he's watching what's happening to him. Uh, I need to come up with a price, guys. I need to come up with a price for the day today. Let me look at something real quick here. What happened here? I hate to say it. I don't hate to say it, but I think I'm kind of leaning toward what Duncan's got down for price range. Was it 33 to 36? That would leave us some room to have to work for 40. Hmm. That would basically be a reversal from where we were at on the 3rd. I'm agreeing. 33 to 36. Based on everything I'm seeing. I had 34.50. I'm going to drop it a little bit. That's what I had yesterday. I said I was extremely bullish yesterday, and that, or I said that I was bullish yesterday, and that if yesterday didn't pan out, which it didn't, that I was going to be extremely bullish for today. I almost want to leave it where it's at, but I do, maybe just for argument's sake, or to create a little bit of competition between us, I'm going to go with 33.5. Such an oddball number to be putting it on. 33.5 to 36.5. I don't mind losing the point. I'm not about this. To me, it's more about fun. I like guessing outside the box. Okay, I believe that the other gentlemen have come through with their numbers. Let's see. 33.5 to 36.5. Eric is in at 26 to 29. All right, and John in at 27 to 30. So let me write these down. John at 27 to 30. And Eric at 26 to 29. Okay, so let me do a little work here, guys. I know I'm not. I know you're staring at a blank screen here of data. Let me fix this real quick. So Eric is at 29 for the high. Okay, Eric did a flip flop. He went from. Oh man, it's breaking out just before my box. No, that's all right. It can break out wherever it wants to. So Eric's filling the 29 spot. Don't let these numbers discourage you. These are just predictions. They mean nothing other than just friendly banter. Let's see. John is at 27 to 30. Okay. And Eric's lowers 26. I'll get this out of the way and then we can start watching the stock price. Sorry, guys. There's been some things that Trey has said, like I said before, that I just don't agree with, and it's because I have those prior experiences or past with the civilian sector. Like, I don't think Adam Aron should be the head of the board of directors and the CEO of the company. I think that's a conflict of interest. You know, that's my personal opinion. You know, take it or leave it for what it is. You don't have to agree with me, and I'm okay with that. But I do think that there needs to be a separation of those powers. Okay, so let's see. I got Eric in at 26 to 29. John is not incorrectly yet. John is 20. Let's see. John is 27 to 30. So this number needs to be 27. And I think we're done after this. There's a lot of support for Adam Aron, and I don't disacknowledge the fact that he has done an amazing job running his company. I, however, believe, and I think he should continue to run. I haven't said this always, but I do think he should continue to run the company. But I don't think he should be in charge of the board. And I would also love to see him elect somebody who's an ape who is not just an ape. And I don't want it to be Trey. I don't really want it to be Matt. I don't really know who I want it to be, and it's not good to say these things without having a suggestion. But I would love to see him elect or put somebody onto the board who is indeed a ape as well. Um, he's got a huge, massive amount of people, retail investors who are backing this company. I think we should have a say in what's happening on the board. Who that right person is, I can't say. I don't know. I don't know people well enough to say who that could be. But I would like to see that happen. I think we need representation. Charlie's Viz doesn't relate his DD back to AMC a lot of the times. Yeah, I agree. Do you think the short squeeze will last for days or weeks? Do you have any prediction of around how high the price will go? Not financial advice. Yes, I do. Originally, when I first modeled this out, and I showed you that model, kind of summary of that model in an Excel just a little bit ago, and I don't know if you happen to notice, but and this is another thing I disagreed with Trey on. Trey said the squeeze would last 7 days. I think a lot of people were saying squeeze would last 7 days. It lasts much longer than that. It was 21 trade. I believe it was 21 trading days, or it might have been. I can't remember if it was 21 trading days or 21 total days. Let me look and see here real quick. Okay, it was total days. It was 21 total days. From the 8th of January is about when I had the squeeze starting for GME up until the 29th of January. So 21 days is how long I think a squeeze would last for. However, all of my modeling was done off of GME, and I have to say that there's been a lot of things that have happened with AMC that changes how our squeeze is going to work. We've had AMC inject massive amounts of shares and Wanda into the system. I think one of the factors that plays into how long the squeeze lasts for is how long people hold out for. Do they hold out for a long period of time? Money-wise, like, do people start selling early, or do they wait for absolutely insane prices? Those all play into how long it's going to last for. I tend to think that the squeeze is going to last 4 times the length. Now, what I call the squeeze and what other people call the squeeze are two different things. And since I did start tracking in May, our current position, let me just open up my thing again here real quick. What was it? May 13th is when I first felt like the squeeze was starting for AMC. So let's look at the calendar real quick. First off, 4 times 21. We got to figure out how many days that is. 84 days. So let's just call it 3 months. Let's go back to, what did I say, May 13th? Right here. So 1, 2, 3. So we would be coming up on that Did I say 4 times? It should be 4.56. Let me just do the math again real quick here. 4.56, and this is based off of modeling that I did back in March. It would be 95 days, but I think we're on a. I think because of those shares that were injected into the market when they were injected, I think that we're on a longer timeline because the total amount of shares that exist is, you know, somewhere between 5 and possibly 7 billion shares out there. If that's the case, and I'm just going to roughly estimate here. Let me just, I'll just base it off of 6 billion shares. All right, I'm going to have to sit down and come up with a better answer for you. Come back tomorrow and I'll have an answer for you. I will sit down and I will make it a dedication to look into this and talk about it tomorrow more in depth, because that is something that we need to look at and figure out. I think that the total squeeze could last, and I do feel like we're currently in the squeeze. You know, we'll look back at this in the end and look at it and say, wow, that jump up in price that we had back in June was actually the beginning of the squeeze, but it just took forever to come to fruition. There was just massive amounts of things that needed to happen in the price over time in order to get to that point to where the bank started doing margin calls. 21 days, multiply it by 4.56, and it comes out to 95. It's a long time. It's still pretty much the same thing. 5 more days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, that would have us ending our squeeze. You know, if I just did it based off the numbers that I had back in March, it would put us ending the squeeze on the 18th of this month. I just don't. That big portion, that really big portion where it really starts to spike up and we really see huge increases in price, that's going to last for a couple days. You know, so if you want to define the squeeze as just being that massive hike up in price, then we're looking at a couple days. You know, 7. You know what Trey said might have been right. 7 days tops. But I feel like we're in the squeeze right now. I know it doesn't feel like it. But if you go back and you look at and you know, you've probably seen this on Reddit. Everybody's posting pictures of what the Volkswagen squeeze looked like and how we're at a certain point in that process. This is the time of the squeeze right now. It doesn't feel like it at all. But if you look at where we're at in a macro setting, say 6-8 months from now, and you look back at it, you know, people are going to say like the squeeze happened starting in May. And we're in the middle of it, and you know, we're trying to survive these 20+% drops and dips in prices, and you know, you're forming your diamond hands right now. You really are. Good morning, Choo Choo. Good to see you here, and also Crazy Pepe 214. Good to see you here too. It's good to have you guys back. Puts have been exercising some of the put up to 35 on the call. New positions have been opened. Yeah, let me pull that up here and just well, did the options change? Let me check it out. I mean, they don't. I did capture them at the beginning of the day today, so let me see. It looks like they're still the same from when I captured them, but I did see that as well. I saw about 5,000 puts on the open interest that had disappeared, and I also saw a call on the calls. It was like, I don't know, like 200 or 2,000 maybe call options that disappeared on the 40 strike price. I wasn't watching the rest of it because I'm just watching the big ones, but I did see that as well. Rizwan, I'm glad that you're that you're calmed down. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me as your source of reassurance. Listen to yourself. Yourself is what told you this from the beginning. I'm just telling you what's there. You've done all this research yourself already. You know what's going to happen. John is on. All right, John, good to see you here. Um, Open interest change from yesterday. Screenshot each day. Yeah, I probably should screenshot each day. It's You're right, Duncan. You're absolutely right. I should screenshot each day and see how it changes day to day. If open interest calls go up, it could indicate new money coming in. Man, we broke out. So this head and shoulders, this inverted head and shoulders, you got your shoulder, head. We broke out. It should have been, was it 820? Right damn near 820, like I was saying. Really technically speaking, we were above that line that we needed to break out of at 824. So just a few minutes after what it needed to be. And sure enough, look at the price rise up. So we had two bullish indicators leading into this morning. We had both the shoulders and the head, the inverted head and shoulders that indicates a bullish flag for positive movement in price. And we also had this triangle with the flat top. The flat top is the flat portion of the triangle always indicates which direction the price is going to go. So if the flat side had been on the bottom and the angular side on the top, then the price would have been breaking down. But we had two different indicators, two bullish indicators on the after hour prices that was pointing towards movement heading up. No, Duncan. No, no, no. You can't take that title, man. I actually am in ahead of you. I went in at 33.5 to 36.5. I got a 50-cent increase on yours. Uh, so you're not the only bull. It's you and me versus Eric and John. I don't want to say that they are bearish. However, if the price does open up above 30, which it's getting darn near close to, I will have to mark them both down as being bearish. Otherwise, as this point, it's only Eric that's bearish. So I'm not going to put John's in. John's talking to me here. Okay, hey John, laugh out loud. I'm going to go ahead and put down some of our indicators for today as far as like whether we're up or down. John, I'm not going to put in just because we don't know what the price is going to open at. So I'm not going to put him in, but Eric is a down for the day. I'm an up for the day, and Duncan, you're an up for a day. I've been a bull since one. Have you really been holding since $1.98? I've not met somebody who's personally met somebody who's been holding since that price. I really want to know. Like, you don't have to tell me how much of a position you have or anything like that, but did you seriously have or own shares at $1.98? That is absolutely awesome. And if you did, we need to talk. We need to talk. We need to talk about what you saw and why you got to where you did. That's amazing. Crazy Peppy. That's amazing. Yeah, it is. It is all about the macroscopic, right? I mean, it's really difficult to do, but if you pull out back to the day on, say, for example, GME, right, and you look at it, here, look at the spike that they had back in January. So this is the intervals, day intervals. So each one of the candlesticks in here represents the price for the day. So this is a macroscopic view of what GME looked like when it had its squeeze. And you come back here and you look at this stuff back here, all this stuff that in this time frame, right in here, and you go like, well, it just looks like a flat line, but it wasn't. It was no flat line at all. There was definitely stuff happening in those periods, and you can see them, little tiny red spots in there, and you can zoom in on those. And if you actually go back and you look at the price history over time, there's some huge fluctuations that are happening in here. Um, but you know, if this were to take off again and go up to new super big heights, like way up here in the thousands of dollars, it would make this stuff right here look a lot like some of this stuff down in here. And that's what's going to end up happening to AMC when we start hitting thousands of dollars per share. Uh, the stuff that we're going through right now is going to look like an anthill. I mean, look at January. Look at January right now. Look how small in perspective it is compared to what we're at or where we went to in June. Look at everything before it. Pretty soon this stuff right here is going to be hardly noticeable at all. Okay, so where we currently stand right now, this definitely looks like a pennant. Pre-market, we've pretty much wiped out our losses, which was, I can't remember, I think it was like 2% nearly. Give me a second here. I need to text Eric back and let him, I like to at least let him know. I need to let him know what our price predictions are for the morning, just because, you know, if he's going to take his time to wake up and get me a price prediction in the morning, I kind of like to give him a response back here. I'm sure he's waiting to find out. I gotta pull up my numbers. I have a message for you, Rizwan. I want to say one more thing to you. I don't know if you're still here. Hopefully you still are. But I do have one more message for you. 1 second. I want to say one more thing. John, and then Duncan. 33, 36. Okay. My message to you, Rizwan. And I didn't answer all of your question earlier. I'll get to the rest of it here. I talk in circles sometimes, and that's my ADD. You'll have to excuse it. My message to you is that I want to be able to be here for you, to be that encouraging moment to talk you or pep talk you into remembering what your fundamentals are and remember why you got in this in the first place. But I'm not always going to be here for you. You have to do that for yourself. I can't be that source of comfort. Like, what happens if this channel blows up and I have, like, I don't know, 100, 200 people watching, and you throw in a comment in here and this thing's just zooming by and I just, you know, I can't possibly get to them all. I think that, you know, I think that there's going to be a time where that could happen. So I'm going to be telling you what I see. I would love to interact with everyone on a basis like this for the future, and I, you know, parts of me wants this to continue to stay small because I like being able to communicate with people individually. I think that's so much fun. It's part of why I'm here. But I can't always promise you that I'll be here to talk to you on an individual basis. So you have to be able to put yourself through that same scenario that I just put you through and say, okay, what are my technicals? Why do I stand where I stand? And remind yourself why you're here. You know, what is it that you're trying to accomplish? And those are things that you're going to have to hold true to yourself, because I can't always pick you up. I want to, but I can't. You have to do it yourself. We all have to fight. I have a great story for that. We all have to fight our own battles. So let me answer the second part of your question. I do see that you have more stuff down here. The second part to your question was, do you have a price prediction? I'm going to give you my price prediction for March, because my price prediction now is a guesstimate in contrast to what I had in March. And in March, I had done a whole bunch of research into what was going on. Oh, look at this. My wife just brought me coffee. I love her. Look at her. It's just so awesome. Thank you, hon. Back in March, my floor was $2,500. How I got to that number is a long process, and I can't possibly begin to explain how I got there. It does have to do with the amount of volume that we had, in contrast to how much volume GME had, and kind of comparing models, and seeing what we could possibly move to, how many outstanding shares that I felt there were out there, based on the numbers that I was crunching. So that was my floor, or my ceiling rather, at in March. So if it was 2,500 in March, I can guarantee you right now that it's at least doubled, maybe more. Is that where I'm going to sell? Not necessarily. I'm looking for indicators that are going to tell me when we're on the backside of the squeeze, and I feel like I can predict to within a certain degree when we're on the backside of the squeeze, and avoid selling on some of those big dips and making it through those. I don't think I'm going to hit the top. There's no way. I think if anybody who wants to try and fool themselves into thinking that they can make the top, that's what they're doing. They're fooling themselves. You're not gonna get the top. If you do, you're amazing. Hats off to you. That's awesome. But you got lucky. So I think that I'm looking for indicators as we move forward. I'm not looking for a price top. I think that the top at this point could be anything we want it to be, depending on how long people decide to hold for. And so that's what I'm tracking. I'm tracking to see how long people are holding. That's the key. If you want to find out where the backside of this is, you need to be tracking where people are holding and where people are selling. And that's what I kind of went into a little bit this morning when we had these dips, and the size of the dips. When we get beyond certain percentages, it becomes actual realized people selling shares. And if you can start to quantitate those numbers and understand how many people are selling, you can kind of start to figure out where they're starting to break even, or where the hedge funds will stop having to, well, they won't have any control. More than likely, it's going to go to the clearinghouses, and you'll understand when the clearinghouses are about done with trying to cover positions. Duncan, you're too good to me, man. Screenshot. I see him every single day. He's so thorough. Duncan is so thorough. All right, let me get back to your other questions here. What do you envision with so many people becoming millionaires? How do you think it could affect the stock market and economy? I can imagine so many new retail investors joining the stock market. I'm going to steer clear of the stock market for a while. Once this is over, I do want to say that I will be, while I will be selling shares, obviously, of AMC at some point. I will be reinvesting in AMC when it gets to what I feel is kind of a lower value. I'm not going to leave AMC high and dry. The whole reason that I got involved in this in the first place was for a couple fold reasons. One, to screw the hedge funds. Two, to make sure that AMC was able to survive long term, and three, to make money. Actually, 2 and 3 might be reversed. Make money was second, and third was to make sure AMC survived. So I want to try to hold true to those three objectives. And number one, screwing the hedge funds also means fixing the market. Making sure that we have an impactful change on what it is that we're doing, not just screwing hedge funds, but actually having an impact and making sure that we change the future of the market. So I'm gonna personally, besides having those AMC shares, I'll be buying back, and I'll probably be stepping away from the market until I feel like the dust has settled. At that point, I'll have some strategies on maybe entering into some blue chip stocks because I know that those will do well afterwards. I might look into some IPOs. I've thought about cryptocurrency. There's a couple different stages I went through, and cryptocurrency might have been one of the first ones that I had thought about. I'm telling you, man, the cryptocurrency looks like the wild, wild west, and it looks to me like they get robbed on like a daily basis or weekly basis, and it's a terrible bank to be putting in your money into, I think, and it's just so risky. But there's argument to be said for the future of it, that there might be some room to grow money inside of cryptocurrency. Those are decisions you have to make. Do I think retail investor? I think the American economy is going to go into a decline when the squeeze happens. I don't think we're going to have a bunch of new investors entering into the market. I think people are going to be struggling. We currently have millions of people who are about ready to be evicted from their homes. Those aren't people who are going to be putting money in the stock market. You're going to see the belt tightening. We're going to see an economic downturn that I think is pretty substantial. That's what it is. Yeah, I always want to be open and honest with you guys. Character, doing what it is that you say that you're going to do. That's everything. Not sure if you saw my first comment on this. The 212 situation is upsetting, even if it was just a glitch, but I think it was more a heinous act than anything. A heinous act. Yeah, I saw that on TMI's quick little video last night. I was watching it. As soon as I saw it, I immediately contacted John and Eric about it via text message. So basically, what happened was people who had the 212 trading app were able to, if you maxed out the amount of shares that you were willing to send, or sell, if you sold off every single share that you had in ownership of AMC, they would give you basically double the amount of money that your shares were worth. So in other words, if it's at $30 right now, they would give you $60 for your shares. Whether or not it was a glitch, I don't know if it was ever confirmed or not. If it was a glitch, we don't have any confirmation of anybody who actually sold to see if they would get their money. But that's, they do have video footage that was shown of the actual numbers showing up as to what was going to be paid. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. We're going to see some crazy stuff happen, guys. Absolutely. The further we get down this road, the more we corner a rat, the more it's going to fight for its life. So expect to see even more shenanigans. If we sell on the way down and route sells to dark pools, would that suppress bearish momentum like it's assumed to suppress current buying pressure? I love the idea. If we sell on the way down, well, all right. So here's the problem. If this moves into margin calls and the clearinghouses kick in, there's a chance that they'll freeze the entire stock and just take buy orders as they try to do the clearing, as the clearinghouse tries to cover the positions. If that's the case, all you're gonna be able to do is sell your shares for whatever it is that you can with what's being offered. That's kind of what I envision happening. I don't know if that's exactly how it's going to go down, but I don't think that there's going to be an opportunity to sell into dark pools. I don't know. I don't know if that's a possibility. I do know that we have access to some dark pools. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would go through or take the steps in order to get to selling in the dark pools, because I honestly don't even know if Fidelity allows it. I'm sure I've gone into their pro tools, and you know, that's where we're buying now to keep it on the lit market. I don't know if they allow it. If they allow, is there a dark pool that we can trade through on Fidelity as an example? I don't even know that. That's going to be DD. That's going to have to come out further down the road by somebody. Somebody's going to have to experiment with that and figure it out, because that's not something that I'm knowledgeable about. Stephanie Kammermeyer is the dark pool. Well, she coins herself as the dark pool princess because she's been trading it for like 27 years. So you know, she's written a book on it. It'd be interesting to. One of the things I'd like to do is kind of read that book, but I'm not a reader. I hate reading. ADD and reading do not go hand in hand. All right, Crazy Peppy. We'll see you back here in a bit. We do have the market opening here in just a little bit. I normally spend a little time with my wife before the market opens. I'm going to go ahead and step away for a little bit here and spend some time with her. So I'm going to do the same thing as well. I will see you guys at about 8:20. That way I get a full about 30 minutes with her. So I will see you guys at 8:20 for market open, and I think we'll see. Maybe it'll be exciting. It'll be a cool launch for sure. And I do have a cool story to talk about later about fighting your own battles. Just a personal story that I think I want to talk about that I think pertains to the battles that we're fighting now. So I'll see you guys on the other side, or just before market open. Okay, I am back. Looks like we've had a nice increase in price, a steady increase in price. We are at 30.99, a 3.65% increase for the morning so far. Let me see here. I want to update something. What was I going to update? There was something I was going to update and I can't remember now. Oh yeah, John's tally mark. I had to look at the screen. John's tally mark. I'm going to put him in as being bearish. Okay, we are hitting 31.1. That is a level of resistance. You can see that there's quite a few walls right now of resistance set up. There's one at 31.14, 31.18. You know, guys, you're going to see the glasses for the first time. For some reason, I'm having a hard time seeing this morning. Oh, that's so much more clear. I don't normally wear these, but sometimes it does help. Let's see. All kinds of walls in here. They're definitely trying to suppress the price from increasing. Looks like 31.10 is the heaviest level of resistance right now, which is right here at my one of the points of resistance on my Fibonacci retracement. I saw an interesting video earlier, or I guess late last night. It had to do with something. I think it was 3x equals 1 or something like that. I'm gonna have to go back and check my YouTube video, but there were some similarities into things that I was seeing that I'm wondering if it can be related into some of the trends that we're seeing in the stock. Let me type in the YouTube. Let me look at my history real quick here and see what it was that I watched. History. Where's my history? There it is. The title of the video was "The Simplest Math Problem No One Can Solve." It was really an interesting watch. If you've got some free time and you want to watch it, that would be what you would type in. It's got 7.7 million views. Here, I'll throw a shout out to it.
This is the most dangerous problem in mathematics.
Let's see. This is it right here. The simplest math problem no one can solve. So it's a really interesting watch. That's the kind of stuff that if you want to know what makes me tick, that's the stuff that makes me tick. Where are we at RSI? Seeing as how we're having so much volatility currently, what are we at here? We got a couple minutes left to go before we open up the morning. Volumes at 1.5 million shares traded, almost 1.6. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good click for the day. We'll go over technicals after the morning music, and I'm not going to cover any of them right now. Let's see, I don't think 4 minutes is enough time for me to tell my quick little story that I had. So maybe I'll cover that later. We are trading above the VWAP. We're currently at 4%. Hi, Rizwan. Welcome back. We are up 4% right now on the pre-market. We are in the positive numbers from where we left off yesterday, which is good. Turning up nicely. Robinhood suffering. Why am I laughing? I shouldn't be laughing. There's something. Ooh, I saw a glitch there for a second where it showed plus 50%. That was weird. Robinhood 9% down for the morning. Amazon pretty much breaking even. Looks like they're having a little bit of barcoding going on here in the pre-market, and Cinemark is up about 0.5%. Dogecoin is down negative 2.6%. GME is up 0.4. It's fluctuating. Barcoding going on in GME as well. Heavy barcoding, as a matter of fact. Look at that. That is just so heavy. I can't say that I've honestly seen. If I have seen it, I don't recall seeing GME barcode like this just before they open. That is kind of odd. And as well as Amazon. Amazon's doing the exact same thing. They're starting to take off now, though. But AMC is up 4%. We're not having barcoding issues, really. We are having some nice stair-stepping action. This is possibly a ascending parallel channel. I'm not going to draw one out quite yet because I don't know that there's enough touch points in here. But it looks very nice. Since that breakout right in that box that I had there outside that triangle that I had made earlier, it was right on time and just moving right upwards, looking good. Yeah, you're getting 3 million volume. That's including, I think, the dark pools as well, or the off the market volume. I'm basing it off of the 1.63 million off of Webull. I believe that they only show the lit volume. So I just kind of base my numbers off that because that's kind of what John and I had pointed out to each other a long time ago that there were differences in Webull's reporting of volume versus like Yahoo or Fidelity. There's just a lot of differences. Anyways, I'm going to do the show intro. Enjoy the intro into this morning, and let's start this day off awesome. See you guys in just a bit.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10.
Danny, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. We had a nice little lift off there, but as usual, they're trying to reverse this. You do remember that SSR is on today. The only time that they can short the stock, or only time that they're supposed to be allowed to short the stock, is during upward movements of momentum. So, we had that beginning launch in the beginning there. We got up to 32.54, and then they started to do a reversal, a short ladder attack on it. I shouldn't say a short ladder attack. It just looks like there's some selling pressure going on here until the stair steps down and then back up and then down and then back up and down. That would be a short ladder attack. So I can't really say that that's what's happening right now, but that's what it does appear to be looking like. Let's go over some of our technicals for the morning today. Reset a few things here. All right. We are currently at 9 million shares traded in the first 3 minutes. We're averaging 3 million shares traded a minute, just based off the open. Of course, some of that was 1.5 million of that was already in the pre-market, but that's yesterday was title, I think, was pump up the volume, and the volume did pump up, and it's going to continue to pump up. That's pretty massive amounts of volume and buying pressure. If we were to look at the overall inflow versus outflow, there's currently an outflow of 45 to 38, so there is support on the selling side to indicate why we're having some of this sell-off here. Let's look at some of our other technicals for the day today. I'm going to get rid of the tally marks just for a minute. And it looks like, okay, so as you can see, SSR is on. For it to trigger again, it would have to get down to 26.86 for the day. There's 500,000 shares available to borrow. It looks like they had borrowed most of the shares that were available to borrow. It was like 350 this morning, I believe, earlier. Went down, pretty much down to 55,000, and then they were returned. ETFs are back out of the 3 millions, down into the 2 millions. Definitely some ETF borrowing going on. Dark pool trading for yesterday was 62.4%, which was down from 64% the day before. Short exempt volume is up almost 3 times the amount of what it was at yesterday. That's a good number to see increasing. We really want to see this up over 3 million if possible, 3 days in a row, and that will be signaling to a massive increase in price. Let's see. Looking at Ortex. Short share interest is increasing. It has gone from 15.3, I believe it was 15.39 to 15.58. Borrowed shares for the morning, 1.24 million shares borrowed so far. Let's update that. 1.24 million. Yesterday, I believe that was 1.7 million. I don't know why I have a K there. Yesterday, I believe it was 1.7 million shares that they borrowed. I'm gonna have to go back and look at my previous video feed to make sure that that's accurate. It could have been 1.7K, but I think it was 1.7 million. So they're definitely borrowing some shares this morning. There was only 8.6 million shares left to borrow, based off of utilization leading into today. So they're running out of shares. This number is decreasing over time. My volume prediction for today is 130 to 150 million. I think there's a chance I might be on the low side. There's definitely an opportunity for us to breach the 150, but we'll see how it kind of trends throughout the day. I think a lot of it's going to have to do with FOMO buyers. Like if this continues to move downwards, that volume level becomes more realistic. If we have a reversal on this and continue to move back up on the trend that we were on earlier this morning, what we'll probably tend to see is FOMO buyers moving into buy shares. We just broke 30. And let's look at options. Normally I like to start looking at this about 8:45, but we'll go ahead and take a gander at it right now. I do want to state that open interest on put positions closed, at least 5,000 of them. So I believe that the number was about 20,000 shares, or sorry, options of puts that closed their position overnight, I guess. And then I think we also lost about 2,000 call options at $40 that disappeared as well. The high level of volume right now for calls is at 33 bucks, which is down from yesterday of $35. The put side is still at 30. It's got 3.3. I'm gonna update this in just a few more minutes. We'll come back to it and take a look at it again. Duncan says his order got filled. It can rip. We're hovering right around that $30 level. Let me just look here. So 29.24, I have a level of support. Obviously, we have one at the $30 range as well. Volume 13 million shares traded in the first 5 minutes. Boy, I can only imagine the dark pools today, after today. If they continue to short the stock like they are, the upwards amount of pressure that we had going into opening on this morning, those have got to be, a lot of the buying pressure has got to be being placed off the market or off the lit, so it's not impacting the actual price and upwards movement. There was something I was going to look at, and I'm trying to see. Oh, yes, I know what it was. Let me pull out my phone. I wanted to update our estimated outstanding shares based on SATEC votes. So as of yesterday, and this is the number that everybody hates everybody doing. They're taking the total amount of average shares based on the SATEC votes and versus shares that were voted on, and just dividing them to get, you know, a floor, which is what this number is right here, and it hasn't been updated since yesterday. I agree that is a terrible way to do this, but I think that there's reason to believe that this is not too far of an inaccurate number, just kind of based on what I'm doing, so on what I'm seeing over time. So I'm going to go ahead and use that value. I guess maybe I could just divide it in half. I'm going to divide it in half, and we'll just go with that. I think that's probably a more reasonable rate. So we'll see what the bare minimum is. Let me open Fidelity. I'll show you what I'm doing here. Okay, so I'm opening up Fidelity. It likes my face. Okay, Timothy B's question: do you have any plans to offer a dividend again? It has 44 or 47.4 million shares accounted for on the votes. So we put 47.4 million divided by 39,095 people who have voted, or shareholders, giving us an average of 1,212 shares per person on that particular portion of people who voted. I'm going to divide that in half, kind of just based on the bell curve. This is going to give us our normally I was just taking this value right here, multiplying it by 4.1 and coming up with this number. Not everybody likes that, so let's change it. What we're going to do is we're going to base it off of this bell curve here, and we're going to say we're just going to divide the number in half and say that this portion of people who are voting are the highest portion of the bell curve. And dividing in half isn't quite accurate, but it's close enough. So we'll divide 1212 by, 12 divided by 2. So 606, and then I'm going to multiply that by the 4.1 million investors, and I'm getting 2.485. So I'm gonna change this value, and we'll start tracking it like that. And I'm going to say that this is probably the minimum amount of shares that we could possibly see that are floating out there. The minimum, the bare minimum. It's a very rough estimate. But I think it's fair. I think it is very fair. The bimodal distribution that I saw yesterday, I really liked, but the fact that they used 120 shares for the 80% of the people left unaccounted for is a terrible number. It's not an accurate representation of the other 80% of the people who have not. They're suggesting 80% of the people who have not voted, which is not the case. We're less than 2% who have voted currently. We're less than 1%. So it's a very small distribution. I would not place a whole lot of strength in the vote yet, even though I'm recording the numbers. Okay, so we had a little bit of a bump up here. This is that stair-stepping action downwards that I was talking about. Looks like a short ladder attack here. So as soon as they get this buying pressure, they're allowed to start shorting the stock again. Hopefully what we see is this change where it stair-steps down, goes back up, stair-steps down, and goes back up. That's what we kind of want to see, kind of similar to what we saw this morning in the pre-market, where it goes up, down, up, down. That's kind of what we want to see a return to. It just kind of depends on how successful they are in creating sellers or motivating people to sell shares. So let's go back to those options. I'll refresh it one more time, and we'll take our numbers down. Okay, so the highest level of strength right now for the call options is at $31, so that's down from 35, and it's for 3.9. 4,000 options. The put option side to that is still at 30. The highest level is at 30 at 5.3. So right now the put options outweigh the call options. Not quite 2 to 1. And we'll see how this warms up. I mean, we do have some runner-ups here on the 32 call and the 33 call value. So we'll see what ends up happening as the day moves forward. We'll probably see some of this change depending on how the market moves. We are up about 1% for the morning. Robinhood is down 12% currently. Amazon is up 0.3%-ish. Cinemark is up 1.7% for the day. Doge is down 2.7%. GameStop is down 0.5%. So this might be an indicator as to where we're kind of moving towards, just based on where they're moving currently. Although it does seem like we're kind of ahead of them in time as to how the price, like if we mimic each other, we're kind of moving ahead in time. So they haven't seen this upswing yet on theirs, which is coming in right now. So it's almost like we're predicting the future for GameStop. The market as a whole, let's check it. I have to wait for these numbers to update. Okay, we have 4,265 advancers, 2,371 decliners. The market is it is running green right now. All indices are up 3%, 0.3%. Both the S&P, Dow Jones, and Nasdaq. The sector map has not changed yet. I'll give it just a minute here to see if it adjusts so we can see what markets are hurting. There we go. Looks like the computer sector is kind of hurting a little bit. Pharmaceuticals are kind of hurting. Healthcare is hurting a little. Software and IT services are kind of mixed, but overall doing well. And you guys are welcome to ask questions. Like if you're wondering like why am I monitoring some of these stocks up here? I only own AMC currently. Amazon I have up here on the list because I believe it's the heartbeat of America. If you want to see how goods are doing purchase-wise in America, that's where you would look. It's Amazon. And they were running at about 3,500 before Jeff Bezos stepped down. As soon as he stepped down as CEO of the company, the stock price rose to about 3,700 from 3,500. And I had predicted that there would be a falling in the price, and it did happen, just not as soon as I thought it would. And it is now running at about 33, so it dropped from 37 all the way back down to 33.5. If we see, or if we expect to see the stock market crash, that's where we'll see it first. We'll start seeing Amazon start tanking just crazily. We know that hedge funds like Citadel have long positions in Amazon. So I had kind of anticipated one of two things happening with Amazon. Either hedge funds selling off their long positions to cover for liquidity to help with the fight against meme stocks, or two, Jeff Bezos, having stepped down, can now sell shares in the company, which he has massive amounts of. If he's afraid of the market or the economy crashing, why would he want his wealth jeopardized? And so, of course, he would probably liquidate his position so that he could avoid having his assets, his money tanked on. Which, either one of those two events could cause kind of like the beginning of what we might see the market crashing a little bit. And when we did see that sell off from 3,600 to 33, I thought, "Whoa, this is it." It's not it. It's still just kind of hovering around that $3,300. Somebody did pull out a long position. I don't know if it was Jeff Bezos or not. I could pull it up in Fintel. It probably has not reported yet. I don't believe that Jeff Bezos would be seen as an institutional investor, which would show up on Ortex, but let's just check it and see. I don't even really know what the ticker is for Amazon off the top of my head, but I have it. It is AMZN. Makes sense. What is this? Delete. AMZN. And we can check and see if the institutional investors sold. I don't know that he would be considered an institutional investor once he's no longer CEO. It looks like the last transaction that occurred was by the senior vice president, where he sold off 1.66K. So not a whole lot. I mean, I say it's not a whole lot, but it was like $1 million, close to $1 million. 243 shares. That's crazy. Let me just see up here. They have the list of the. Okay, so Jeff Bezos still is listed. It does say that he's the founder, chairman, president, CEO. So it still has him listed as a current insider position on there. So if we did see him sell off a position, we should see it listed here, and it's not listed. I don't know how long those take to go through. Seeing as how we're a month past the last transaction, if I had to guess, the reporting is probably delayed by like maybe a week or two. And I don't remember when it was Amazon dropped in price. It might have been about a week or two. We might see a pop up here. If it wasn't him selling shares, another place that we could see who it was would be in Fintel, but it probably is not reported quite yet. Let me see. So I'm going to go to Amazon's SEC filings. Actually, I'm going to go to institutional owners. Looks like Vanguard is actually the top three is Vanguard, BlackRock, and Bezos. But I'm pretty certain that Citadel has their hands in this as well. I know I've pulled up their holdings to verify this in the past. And I'll pull it up here on the screen so you can see. This is the Fintel report. So here's where they own. Look at the calls and the puts on that they've placed on Amazon. But Citadel does own shares as of 5/21. They own about 205, almost 206,000 shares. I don't even know what you would value that at. I mean, obviously you could just math it. Let's see. 205,965 times, what are we at? $33.54. So over $500 million, or over $500 million, $690 million. So they own a pretty substantial amount of shares in the company. So that's something to watch out for. We wouldn't be getting their sell. Like if they were the ones that sold that caused the price to drop from 3,600 a share to 3,300 a share, we would not see that for probably a month's time before it would start to show up here in the 13F filings. So it'll take some time. My goodness, look at how much Vanguard and BlackRock owns in shares, though. Wow. Those companies are just so huge. Pull AMC back up, and I'll check and see if we have any kind of Fintel reporting on AMC. I normally get notifications when Fintel sells shares, or sorry, when Fintel. What am I saying? I get reportings when AMC has filings for their company. So, and I have not gotten anything as of recent. Obviously, we'll get the reports from Monday, and those will show up. Currently, on institutional ownership, looks like we have some stuff to go over there. I'm gonna go hit the restroom real quick. The coffee's kicking in. I will be right back, and we'll cover some of these 13F reports that have come in on the company on AMC. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. When the coffee calls. That's what I'm gonna entitle this one day. How do you guys like the glasses? I'm having a little problem seeing today, so I put on the glasses this morning. I feel like it makes me look stupid. Definitely old. You know, when I first donned these glasses, um, walking out of the optometrist, I had a problem stepping off the sidewalk. I felt like it was like a new perspective, like a new depth perception issue. And and the very first thing that I found the most weird about wearing glasses was that in my dreams I started having black frames in my dreams, and it was so weird to me to see black frames in my dreams. I was like, why am I dreaming in frames now? Like your dreams shouldn't do that. But it did. But yeah. Sometimes I feel like I need them more than others. So we are getting that stair-stepping action down here. So this does look like shorting, short ladder attacks to me. But Casey, they're not supposed to be able to do that when it's SSR. That's not what we found out. We found out that there's actually, when SSR is triggered, it actually gives them the ability to create liquidity by allowing them to do legally naked shorting. And that was uncovered by Charlie's vids. He pointed that out. I think that was one of the things that I keyed in on, which I thought was really interesting information to go through and read about. So we are having a little bit of a short ladder attack here. I don't know how long it's going to go on for. We do have 22 million shares traded after about an hour or half hour, 35 minutes. So if we were to just kind of look at the pace, if we were to keep that pace up for the day today, that would put us on a pace for 248 million shares traded for the day. Now, of course, we're not going to keep up that pace throughout the day. As you can see, it's already falling off as it stands. Typically speaking, you guys are going to hear this over and over and over and over and over from me, but I'm going to continue to say it. We want to see 250,000 shares traded per minute to get to 100 million shares traded for the day. So many of these blocks of volume in here, I'm going to get rid of this beginning block in the morning so we can see how big these actually are. A lot of these blocks in here are well over 250,000. There's a few in here that are not. Starting at about right here to like these three basically are not. That one's not. So you know we do have some minutes of volume where it's less than 250,000. However, the volume is there. We have the volume that we need, and that's good. Let me see if I can get this. I'm going to pull this over here. I'm going to see if this is a descending parallel channel that I can draw up on this. Do I go from the top? I guess I probably should. There's not really a whole lot of touch points on the bottom side of this. So no, there's not a good channel to like really hit on right now. Excuse me. I'm going to hold off on drawing any kind of analysis on this right now. It's a little difficult. Let me pull out to the 5-minute and see if I see something. So this is we had two bullish indicators this morning, leading into open today, and it was the shoulder head shoulder, along with the triangle pattern, the bullish triangle pattern, and indeed we did break out right at this box that I had drawn. Broke out above, started off the beginning of the day pretty sharp, and now dropped back down and past that original wedge. Could this be the beginnings of a George W? Possibly. That'd be a massive George W. Let's just see how it plays out over time. We'll try to come up with an idea of where this is moving to. For now, I'm going to get rid of the indicators. No, I'm not. I'm going to leave the indicators that I drew this morning. We'll see where we're going with this. So I said I'd look at the at some of the 13F filings. Let me get rid of the tally marks again. So I think where we left off last was about core wealth advisors. I think this is where I last left off at. So this is an option, a put option. Firestone Capital Management. Let's see when this filing it was created. Yeah, 6/30. So this is old, but it's still valid information. They bought 5 shares. InvestNet bought 5,361 shares. Lee Financial bought 47. Let's see. Grimes and Company sold their entire amount away, which is a total of 10,000 shares. I believe I remember seeing that now. I'm starting to recall this. Looks like Princeton Global Assessment Management bought 100 shares. Citizens Financial Group bought 19,200 shares. That completely wipes out the 10,000 shares that the Grimes and Company sold. GFS Wealth Advisors bought 26, 1435 by DiOrazio, Creative Planning 19,121, Glassman Wealth Services 465, a call option by Spectrum, Costello Assessment Management bought 10 shares. That's funny. Ronick Capital LLP bought. Oh, sorry, that's a put. They took out a put on the stock. A put option, and Evoke Wealth bought 1580. The value is interesting. Oh, $1,000? They had to have spent more than that. They're not new to ownership of AMC. They bought 8,400 shares back in December of last year and then sold them all at the end of March. Oh man, that means that they missed out on the June increase in price. That sucks for them. But they jumped back in for 1,580 shares. Boy, that really sucks for them. Class A common stock. Wait a minute. Is that... Hold on a second. I gotta research something real quick here. Okay, so this is not classic. That's what I thought. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Because I believe our shares, the retail investor shares, are Class B shares. Class A common stock is not sold to the public and can't be traded by the holders of the shares. So what does that mean? Who is this company? Who is this company, and how did they get permission to buy Class A stock? I mean, that seems to me like it would be something that would have had to have been issued to them. Class A shares are common stocks, as are the vast majority of shares issued by a public company. Common shares are an ownership interest in a company and entitle purchasers to a portion of the profits earned. Investors in common shares are usually given at least one vote for each share they hold. This entitles the owners to a vote at annual meetings. What does that mean? It means something. I feel like it means something. Class A shares can be used to provide a company's management team with voting power in a volatile public market. Suppose these shares carry a higher amount of votes per share. That helps keep control of the company in the hands of senior management. Okay, so maybe I should be looking up to see who the owner, who are the institutional, or who are the owners of Evoke Wealth. Let's do a little bit of research here. So I'm going to pull this off to the side. I'm going to do this research on the side. Don't feel like I need to make you guys watch that because you probably would prefer to see this consolidating price right here, right? Right? My 6 shares isn't going to be life-changing, is it? I mean, it depends. It really depends on how or how high the price ends up making it. Let's see, you wrote that. Oh, geez, at 8:11. Was that an hour ago? My goodness, I'm just now seeing that. My bad. Oh, you know what? I have it set to top chat. My bad. I may have been missing some people's chats in here. I apologize. I've just switched it. Your 6 shares are not going to be life changing. I don't know what your financial status is. If you're about ready to be evicted from your place of living, like a lot of millions of people are, if this were to skyrocket up to, I don't know, say if you just said $5,000, that could be life changing for you, right? I mean, $30,000 could buy you a really nice car, or it could completely get you out of debt and move you into a position where you could financially start doing things for yourself that you've always wanted to do. So, life changing? Possibly. It just depends. There's a lot of factors involved. So, this is consolidation here. I'm going to draw out some more arrows. I'm going to get rid of this now. Keep the box up that I had earlier. So this is just a triangular pattern that's happening. So we'll see a breakout at some point here. I might be a little late to drawing this. Like I said, a little late to drawing. In a typically speaking, this looks like a pennant, right? It looks like you've got your upside down flagpole with your flag flying out here. If this was a true pennant, it should have probably broken out somewhere around here. And this would be a bearish signal. But because it's extended almost double the amount of time, I would say that it's not, and it's more just a wedge. So, and look, it looks like it is. It's breaking out above. So I'm just going to call it a triangle instead of a pennant. I was a little late to drawing that. Talking about other stuff. Where was I? Oh yeah, I'm doing that research. Research on who is this company? Evoke Wealth. I want to know who they are and why they got their hands on Class A common stock. So I'm just simply going to SEC reports. I'm looking up Evoke Wealth LLC. Evoke Wealth is regulated by the U.S. Security and Exchange Commission, incorporated in the state of Delaware for finance reporting. Their fiscal or for financial reporting, their fiscal year ends on December 31st. This page includes all SEC registration details as well as a list of documents filed by Evoke Wealth. I just see a bunch of quarterly reports. Nothing spectacular that stands out. So I'm going to see who's in charge of this company. So I'm going to their website. It says insightful and experienced, so it looks like they're. It says we have decades of experience advising multi-billion-dollar institutions and high net worth families and individuals. Our deep understanding of global economies and assets markets produce powerful insights that can help clients build portfolios to protect and consistently grow wealth in any economic environment. So somehow it looks like they may have been allowed the ability to give advice or work with AMC and as payment or a form of payment. It looks like they've been granted the ability to buy Class A common stock or uncommon. Meet the team. I'm looking to see if any of these names stand out to me. I'm going to put it on the screen. More eyes on this is better than less eyes. If I put this on the screen, I'm just going to do it for just a few minutes. If you guys happen to see any names here that stand out to you, speak up and say something. Hmm. Nothing that immediately just jumps out at me. So it looks like where's the president? Where's the CEO? Does it even have the CEO, the director? No, investment research. I see a bunch of vice presidents, but I don't see a CEO. Oh, director, Blake Reback. Hmm. I'm going to try and figure out more about who this company is. I want to know why they were issued Class A common stock. I think that's important to know. So they're a financial advisory firm. I mean, their investor.com rates them at a 4.5 rating out of 5. Okay, now here's something interesting. Evoke Wealth LLC, Evoke, or the firm, is a limited liability company organized in Delaware. Evoke is an invested advisory firm registered with the United States Security and Exchange Commission. Where was the part that I saw that was interesting? Evoke provides holistic and personalized financial planning and discretionary and non-discretionary investment advisory services to individuals, including high net worth individuals and entities, including but not limited to family offices, trust estates, private foundations, charities, small businesses, and pension and retirement profit sharing plans. The one thing that I saw when I clicked in on this and then I didn't see it was that it says it's a limited liability company organized. It says, where did it say it? Oh, it's a hedge fund database. It's just the title of the link that I clicked on. So I'll show that to you guys real quick here. So I clicked on this Evoke Wealth LLC hedge fund database. So it looks like the website, it's a hedgefunddatabase.com. So I guess they're considered a hedge fund. So the question is why are they being or given access to Class A common stock if they are truly indeed a hedge fund? That I want to know. Okay, I'm gonna dig into this some more tonight when I'm not covering with you guys live, because doing this kind of work live is boring. It's really is. I'm gonna tell a story. It's story time. When I used to work, we called it Story 30. It was at the end of the day. I should probably be doing it at the end of the day, but I'm not. We're gonna tell a little bit of story. Earlier today, we were talking about fighting your own battle, and I want to touch on that, and I'll tell you my experience in fighting my own battles. In 1990, let's just go ahead and say I think it would have been 1993. I think in 1993, it might have been 1994. One of my friends who was the #1 swimmer on my high school swim team was one of my friends. I played water polo. I hated swimming, but I loved water polo. There's something about water polo. I just, it's a lot of fun. But he's like, "Hey, have you ever been open water swimming?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "It's great for your, working out. It provides a different level of working out." And he says, "Why don't we swim from? It's a 1.5 mile swim. We'll swim from La Jolla Shores to La Jolla Coves." Mark's writing, "Looks to me like all AMC stock is currently Class A per the AMC investor website." But I thought we were trading Class B. I thought retail investors trade Class B, but I thought Class A was only given based on Investopedia. They're saying that Class A is specifically for specifically for special situations, and they have to be approved to get the stock. Anyways, back to the story. So my friend says, the number one swim guy on my school's swim team in Southern California says, hey, let's go for a swim in the open water, and it's invigorating, it's cool, it changes how you see swimming. So we're going to swim in the open water in the ocean from La Jolla Shores to La Jolla Coves. If you don't know what that's like, imagine you have it's kind of like a point. It kind of curves down, and then the shores are down here, right? So you're kind of cutting the corner of a kind of a hook, and so that's the 1.5 mile swim that you're swimming. So we were at the end of La Jolla Shores, swimming up to the cove of La Jolla Shores, or La Jolla Coves, from the shores to the cove, and I'm like, sure, 1.5 miles, not a big deal. It's only, it's just really, for swimmers, that's not that far. So we get out there, and we start swimming. And mind you, I'm not one of the fast. I wasn't by any means one of the fastest swimmers out there. And you got to remember, this guy's number one, and on their school team. And so we get out there and we start swimming. At first, he's sticking by me. He checks in on me every once in a while. We're swimming through the swells, and of course, my pace is way too slow for him. And so at some point, he's like, "Man, I'm gonna kind of push a little harder." I was like, "Okay." So I tried to keep up with him, and the swells were kind of mediocre that day. Probably in the open water, they might have been about 1 to 2 feet swells. That doesn't sound like a whole lot, but as you're swimming it, if you're on the bottom side of a swell versus the person on the other side, you have 2 feet of water that come through, so you can't see anybody on the other side of a swell. So as we're swimming along, first he's about half a swell away from me, so I'm seeing him at the top of a peak of one as I'm at the bottom. And then next thing I know, he starts disappearing. He starts getting into the troughs of the other side of the swell. So every time I'm at the top of a swell, I can see him on the next swell over, right? And then he starts getting further and further ahead of me. And before I know it, he's got me by like three swells. So he's like out of shouting distance. And I pop up out of the water and I say, "Hey, Chris, come on, get back here. We're supposed to be swimming together. What's up?" And he can't hear me. He's swimming. And he just keeps on just trudging away. I'm like, I got to keep up with this guy. So I'm swimming harder and harder and harder. And I'm trying to keep up with him. And I start seeing these shadows. So we got goggles on. And I start seeing these shadows underneath me in the water kind of going by. And it starts playing mind tricks on me. I'm going like, crap, what is this that's swimming below me? I have no idea what it is. And it's scaring the crap out of me. I'm really feeling vulnerable at this point because I've got no friend near me. I start to panic a little bit. I come up out of the water. I look around to see where I'm at. We're pretty far out there. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm just going to keep pushing. So I keep pushing. All of a sudden, something smacks me right in the top of the head. Just boom, hits me real hard in the top of the head. I came popping out of the water probably about waist high. I mean, just popped out of the water like, what the heck is this? It was seaweed. I had smacked into some seaweed that was just floating around in the ocean, but it scared the crap out of me. I mean, I just lost it. I was just like completely nerves shattered. I'm a mess. I start panicking. I look back to where we had come from. I'm literally dead halfway in the middle of the water. It's as far to where we're going as it is where we came from. I have to make this decision. Am I going to retreat and go back the way I came, or am I going to continue on pushing forward? It was a pivotal point for me in my life, like trying to make that decision, trying to decide whether I was going to fall back and just go back and retreat and not finish what I had started, and moving forward even though I was scared crapless. And it took everything inside of me to make it a determination to continue to trudge forward and move along past my fears. And I'll tell you what, it was huge for me. For me, deep down inside, it took everything that I possibly had inside of me to continue to move forward past my fears, everything that was telling me to stop, to fail, and to just keep driving forward. And I did. He got out of the water way ahead of me. And I got out of that water and I was pissed. I was like, why'd you leave me? But it was life-changing for me. It was life-changing in the fact that I learned that sometimes I have to face my fears and I have to push forward without any help. And that was something that Rizwan was talking about earlier this morning. He's asking me questions, and I can't always be here for you. You know, I'm swimming in this ocean with you. We're swimming along, and I might be swimming at a different pace than you. And I'm not going to just slow down to your pace all the time, right? I'm gonna swim my pace. I'm gonna try and, you know, there's people around you that you can surround yourself with to try and pull you through times. And you know that's another story. But um, sometimes you're gonna find yourself in the middle of the ocean with nothing around you except for yourself to rely on, and you're gonna have to either fight that fight to push forward, or you're gonna retreat, and that's up to you. And you have to make those choices. They're tough, tough choices, really tough choices. And that's where a lot of us are at right now, right? With a 30% drop. This is nowhere near close to what we're going to be seeing in the future, but at a 30% drop, you're probably questioning things. You have fears. They're those unfounded fears are coming in, and you're looking at stuff and you're panicking. You got seaweed that's hitting you in the head. You know, that's what's happening. Seaweed's hitting you in the head right now, and you're in the middle of the ocean and you're freaking out. What are you going to do? So that's my story for today. It's my little pep talk. Mark, I know you can't post links in here because you're not a moderator. I really need to figure out how to fix that. Where are you pulling your information from? Because I thought Class A common stock was. Let me look it up again. Yeah, what I'm seeing here says traditional Class A shares are not sold to the public. It does say traditional. Okay, so what I'm looking at now says Class A shares are held by regular investors and carry 1 vote per share. Class B is held primarily by Brin and Page, have 10 votes per share. Class C are typically held by employees and have no voting rights. Okay, so Class A, maybe I was wrong then. Class A. Okay, all right. So I might be wrong on that. Class A might just be strictly what it is that the common investors have. So okay, non-issue. I don't need to look into Evoke Advisors, except for the fact that we know that they bought shares. I look forward to hearing your story, Eric. Sometime you ought to come on the channel and talk on here. No pressure. I mean, you do have a ticker up here every day. I'm sure people would love to get to know you. Same goes for John, and we already got to know Duncan. One of these days. I think we all have those experiences in life. I think we all have had tough times that we've had, you know, challenges where we've had to decide to give up or push through. So we're currently on a nice run. The volume 31.2 million shares traded so far, a little over an hour into the day. We had a pickup in volume. It looked like it dropped down to about 100,000 shares-ish per minute, and then suddenly spiked back up to into the 4 and 300,000. Even look, the last minute was a 600,000 share pickup in volume. Yeah, I hear you, man. We should be able to Skype. I mean, you can Skype on your phone. You know, that doesn't require internet usage. Or at least, I mean, it does, but it could also be cellular. And it could just be voice. It doesn't have to be video. Such good coffee, but it's getting cold. We had a huge buy wall that popped up in here earlier that I saw while I was talking. It was like 20,000. Looks like some of it, or part of it, is still there at $30.40, 11,000 shares. We've really done a good job today, I think, of depleting the amount of shares on hand. Now, of course, at any given moment, you might just see stuff pop up over here, but it does seem like we've managed to kill a lot of the walls that the selling walls that they had. They're still popping up on occasion. These sell orders are actually on the large side. Some of these in here, not in the thousands, but there's a 3,000 right there. Oh, I froze up for a second there. We are currently up 2% for the day today. We are outside of Eric and John's upper limits for a price tally mark for the day today. But there is a pretty big gap between their higher limits and Duncan and my lower limits. So there's definitely a chance for us to finish the day in a zone where we get a miss. Those are always interesting. Looks like I'm having a little bit of a difficulty with Weeble. It's freezing up on me on occasion here. Let's go through some of the technicals. I got to pull up AMC again on Ortex. Short share interest is at 15.57% with a borrow for the day of 1.2 million, which is just slightly, ever so slightly down from where it was earlier. It was 1.24 earlier. We're going to change that to 1.2. We are indeed back over 100 million shares on loan. I like seeing that number. Let's look at the options. I got a lot of background stuff going on. Okay, on the call, it looks like $30 has kind of become the takeover point for volume today. We're at 10.2. It's a close runner-up on 31 and 32 as well. But there's going to be some people who are buying these $30 call options who will be making money as we're already over $30. The put side is still strong at 30 as well. So this put and the call match. 11.6 in volume. What does that mean to me? To me, it looks like there's more relative strength around puts, which means we could see the price drop back down below 30 again, so that they can try and get their options in the money for Friday tomorrow. This coffee is too cold. I've got just a few sips left, but I gotta heat this up. Give me 2 seconds. That coffee was getting so cold, I felt like I was almost drinking chocolate milk. That had gotten room temperature. Gross. Rizwan, if you're still watching, I don't know if you are, but if you are, I hope you feel a little bit better today. I hope you do. I hope that the price continues to move up into an area where you feel more comfortable about what's happening. But I can promise you that this is going to happen again, without a doubt. So build your diamond hands under this pressure. I'm gonna burn myself here. Watch. That's not too bad. So I'm seeing a little bit of a formation happening here. It's another inverted head and shoulders. Let's draw it out. This is a bullish indicator. If I were to pull this out to a 5-minute, you're going to see a cup. So what I would expect is that we're probably going to bounce off the maybe around the same value. What was this? Maybe about where we're at right now. And probably start heading back down a little bit. Can't say how far, maybe $30-ish again. Bounce off that and maybe have another spike back up again. This is a nice looking cup though. Pretty sloppy looking in the 1 minute interval. I mean, it really hasn't, but under 5-minute interval, that's pretty decent looking. So now we just need a little handle here. Handle down to 30 and some change, and then possibly a spike back up again. Another move to the positive. My dog's gonna start going nuts again. Mower guys are here. Hot coffee is so much better than cold coffee. And yes, I have the frou-frou coffee. It's not straight up black. I grew up in a household where black coffee was all that was drunk on. I don't know what the word is. All that my dad ever made was black coffee, and whew, it took me many years to even come close to getting to the point to where I didn't have to put in sugar and cream to make my coffee drinkable. I can now do it to where I can have black coffee with cream, or I can have black coffee with sugar, but I gotta have one or the other at the very least. Um, Going back to what I was saying earlier, this is the 30-minute interval. Our RSI is at 6154, so it's kind of getting up there. On a 5-minute interval, we are above the 70% mark. So we'll probably be seeing this correction here. This spike up to 3254. I guess really the cup could go all the way up to this candlestick at 3254 before dropping back down. You know, meeting up with that point of resistance there. I'm really surprised my dog's not going nuts right now. How you doing, Bruno? You all right? What's up? Yeah, you're being a good boy today. Getting used to this schedule, huh? All right, here we are testing 3245. I don't see any resistance. We could push through it and continue to move on up. Yeah, we're getting some resistance. There's a 2,200 share wall at 3241. Real close to that 3245. But a really nice cup forming right now that could turn into a cup and handle, and then we would probably see our another nice movement moving upwards. I didn't really count earlier the candlestick that we had to begin the cup over here at 3245. I always thought it was kind of more on the heavy level of support, meaning the top right here. But you know that I guess that kind of makes sense. We just hit it so briefly though that it was just kind of like I didn't really think I should count it. But that's where the support is right now. Man, what are we in? We're at an hour and almost 2 hours into the day. So this is a 2-hour cup. It's not bad. It's been a while since I've seen one of those, I think. So we started out the day almost pretty much traversing below the VWAP and then suddenly broke out past it about a half hour ago. We just broke past 3245. Some relative strength in the movement. I'm going to look and see if they're borrowing more shares. I would imagine right now you're going to see like huge pressure to buy shares. It's not. They're actually returning shares. It's 1.2 now, so it went down. Oh no, that's the same. So no shares being borrowed. 15.57% short share interest. This is unusual. I would expect them to be trying to fight this, and I'm not seeing a whole lot of information that would suggest that they are. Okay, so here comes our down pressure. I would expect to see it supported at 3110. We might fall back down to that 3110 value over time and then bounce off that and have that next run. There's been points in history where I wish I had been alive. In the recent history, you know, I'm a musician, and I think some of the music that I make would have been absolutely perfect for the 70s. um, so I kind of, in some ways, I wish I'd been born 20 years younger than I had been. I wish I was born in like the 50s. Um, there's certain periods in our history I would have loved to have seen epic moments where we landed on the moon. Um, I feel fortunate that I've lived through a good portion of the revolution or the age of the computer, and really this is kind of like um, the dawn of a fight of the age of computers versus the people. And we've seen fights like this in the past where it's been like, chess players will play computers to see if they're better than them. But what we have right now, I really feel is like retail investors fighting algorithms that are being um, used to manipulate the stock market. So this is the general populace fighting high frequency trading computers. And this is an interesting fight that we're having. Whether or not I'm glad to be alive in this moment to be able to experience this. This is probably one of those moments where I feel like I'm glad that I'm a part of history making. Something that I had always kind of envisioned when I was younger was being an astronaut and going to another planet like Mars. And I ask people this question sometimes. I think it's kind of fun to see people's answers. If you were given a chance to, if I don't know, Jeff Bezos, whoever, if they came to you and said, "Hey, we want you to be on a team of people who go to Mars. It's a non-return mission. You're basically going to be Christopher. You're going to be on the team of Christopher Columbus that heads to the moon and paves the way for the future. And you'll probably die on the moon. That's gonna. But your mission is to go up there and start trying to make a population and just kind of forge your way. I would be so in on that. I hate to say it, but I mean, I would be so willing to do something like that. Being able to be like on the forefront of something that's massive in history, something that just defines a point in history where there's a change. And that's what we're on right now. I mean, we're not on a mission to Mars, but we're fighting high frequency trading on computers, and this is the human fight versus the fight of the computers. Of course, a lot of people would say it's the hedge funds, um, but really it's the computers. It's the high frequency trading that we're fighting right now, and we're also trying to fight a corrupt system. And it's an epic fight. It really is. What would be considered the all-time boxing fight of all time? Like for anybody who's watching right now, like what would you consider to be like the all-time match between two different boxers just ever, like in recorded history that you've seen? Because I feel like this is something above and beyond even that. I remember I was babysitting for a couple. Ali versus Frazier. I was babysitting for a couple when Mike Tyson fought. Was it who was it that he bit the ear off of? Was it Holyfield or was it Foreman? I can't remember which, but it was an epic fight. It was in the 90s, early 90s. I can't remember what it was, but I remember seeing Mike Tyson lose for the first time, and it was epic to witness. Because I mean, at the time, everybody kind of felt like he was like just there's no way he was going to ever go down. I don't remember who the other fighter was. I probably should remember that. I feel like it was Foreman. But I just happened to be flipping through the channels. The kids were in bed, and the family owned HBO or whatever streaming service it was, and I happened to pick up the fight just as Mike Tyson was getting knocked out. I was like, "Wow, this is crazy." Seeing that moment, Ali versus Frazier. I'm gonna watch that later today. Yeah, Holyfield. It might have been Holyfield. I can't remember if it was Holyfield or Foreman. I think it was Holyfield. I didn't know who the other person was. All I knew was Mike Tyson, and seeing him get knocked out, I was like, holy crap. It was epic. Uh, I was I was listening rather to the interview that some of the Twitter guys had with Stephanie. I keep forgetting her last name. Stephanie something or other. Kammermeyer, I think it is. And she's the queen or she titles herself as the queen of the dark pools, and she's been trading in the dark pools for like 27 years. And one of the things that I heard her say was that she was talking about how like she's witnessing something that she's never seen before. She's standing beside us. She wants to see us win. I could sense a little bit of hesitation because she's never seen hedge funds lose a battle like this before. But again, she's never seen a battle quite like this. This is epic in proportions of what she's seen in her lifetime, and so she's rooting for us. And I think it's when you talk to or when you hear an interview with somebody who's had 27 years of trading in the dark pools, and they talk about how incredibly strong these hedge funds are, for us to be doing something that is epically this big is pretty amazing. Sorry, I'm just adjusting. Duncan's price was supposed to be $33, not $33.01. I noticed it was just slightly off. We're coming back for you guys in the 50s and 60s. We are. I promise you, we're coming back. I'm checking Twitter right now. I just kind of see. I haven't checked it all morning long, and I'm gonna be like way behind now. Wells Fargo pushes back return to office date by 1 month on rising COVID cases. So that's Stephanie Kammerman. that's her last name, saying get ready for a massive move in Bitcoin, large pool, dark pool activity today. I don't know if she means up or down. I'm gonna pull up. I can't pull it up on Webull. I have such a hard time trying to pull up cryptocurrency on the computer app version. So this is the cup handle part that we were talking about. So this is the reversal. This is where we should test 32.45 and move beyond and past it. Let's see if that's the case, and I'll pull back out to the 5 minutes so you can see. Okay, so the cup handle isn't actually showing, so we really just have like, I mean, this is starting to look more like it's just a stair step up instead of a cup and handle. Although I'm looking at it on Webull. I'll see if I can put it up on the screen here. I don't know if that's going to show or not. And it looks on my screen on my phone. It looks like a cup and handle. Let's see if I can get that a little bit better. I don't know if you can see that cup and handle or not. But let me look at crypto and see where we're at on that. I'll back out to the markets. Cryptos in general, it looks like most of the cryptos, it's kind of a mix. Some are up, some are down. There's not really a whole lot of like consensus on which way cryptos are going, so I wouldn't really. But Bitcoin is down 1.2, almost 1.3% for the day, but it is on an upwards trend. So when she says a big move, I'm not sure if she means up or down. Still looking through the Twitter here, trying to see if there's any tweets that are worth mentioning. Oh my gosh, there's just so much. I tell you, man, if you don't keep up with Twitter, it's there's so much here. I'm not even following that many people. Yeah, I didn't see anything that stood out to me that was really worth mentioning. I am curious as to what the news is for AMC right now. Let's see if they have anything to say about our reversal in price. 2 hours ago, CNBC, they actually had a post in something about some of their biggest movers. Let's see what they have to say here. Have to be a subscriber to get it. I'm not subscribing. No, thank you. But we are mentioned in a CNBC column called Thursday Street Analyst calls Apple, Tesla, Robinhood, Walmart, AMC, and more. Uh, 39 minutes ago, the Motley Fool posted something saying, "Did Disney accidentally save AMC Entertainment?" I don't think so. 18 hours ago, Yahoo Finance said AMC chief braces for questions on dividend and debt. Let's read that real quick. This is 18 hours ago, so this is yesterday's. But I hadn't seen it, so I don't recall seeing this news article. I probably stopped looking at towards the end of the day yesterday. So let's read it real quick here. AMC Entertainment CEO Adam Aron has given his shareholders more skin in the game. Aaron has paved the way for retail investors to ask questions during the Q2 2021 earnings webcast, which will be a first for the company. The popular CEO has already begun to vet some of the questions, saying that they are really smart and calling the ideas that have been presented fascinating. Nearly 4,200 questions have poured into the Say app from retail investors so far. Excuse me. Among the most popular questions is whether AMC will resume rewarding shareholders with a dividend. That is actually the number one, which it stopped doing at the start of the pandemic year. The question has received more than 32,000 upvotes and the most shares of any question. In February 2020, AMC announced a dividend of 0.03% or 0.03 cents per share and hasn't paid a dividend since then. That compared to the distribution of 20 cents per share in early 2019. Another popular question is whether a potential AMC GameStop partnership could be in the works. This shareholder is looking for theater experiences via local and national gaming competitions. AMC and GameStop are two of the early meme stocks and have gained popularity among retail investors. I don't need to cover what we already know. Let's see. Something else that is on the minds of AMC investors is COVID, especially given the emergence of the Delta variant. I don't know if y'all are familiar, but there's actually a Lambda variant as well. Delta made my radar about 2 months ago. I actually keep up pretty regularly on COVID. I have some what I feel like unique opportunities to be able to see what's coming in the future when it in regards to COVID, and so I had Delta D, the Delta variant on my or variant D on my radar 2 months ago, and it did really concern me at the time. And then the more investigating I did into it, I realized that it wasn't going to be that bad of an issue for us. In terms of if there's shutdowns, it'll probably be in localized area based on stages. So if they have like levels of infections that are occurring in certain cities, they might have shutdowns based on cities. I don't think that they're going to do another shutdown nationwide. I just don't think that they're going to be able to get the buy-in on that across. There's going to be heavy pushback, I'm pretty sure, from some states on that. So But I would think that what they'll do is they'll let states decide what they want to do based off of levels of infections. But there's also Lambda variant, which hit my radar probably about 3 weeks ago. It might have been 4. And again, same thing. I'm not really too worried about it. Definitely, I haven't stopped wearing masks. I've been wearing masks everywhere I go. I probably have not been using like um, hand sanitizers as much as I used to in the past. So I'll probably start picking that back up again. Nice little George W. Moving into possibly pushing past through this level of resistance at 32.45. Um, I'm reading your question there, Rizwan. Um, I don't think so. So Rizwan's question is why doesn't Adam Aaron do a case against the hedge funds for unfairly short selling the crap out of the company? In the past, there's been cases where this has been done. I don't think that that's not out of the question. This is just you have to take what I'm about to say as I have no insider information. This is what I think might be going on. Um, do you remember how there's been a couple of YouTubers who went out to Kansas City for the shareholder count? And they all met up out there, and then simultaneously, almost, quite a few different YouTubers all kind of came in at the same time and said that they weren't going to be covering AMC quite like they have in the past, and they wanted to move more towards information that will help investors in the future. I think what may have happened is, and this is speculation, but I do think that there may have been talk about a lawsuit in the works or investigating by the SEC that's in the works. And I would think that something that would cause all of them to kind of move away from that is if Adam Aaron came to you and said, just I'm throwing this out there. Imagine you're one of these YouTubers. Adam Aaron came to you and said, "Hey, look, I really need you guys to not be so heavy hitting on uh, pushing some of the issues that you've been pushing. We've got an investigation going on currently, and it could foul up the investigation if you guys continue to push AMC so hard and try to get, if you keep stirring people into doing things that kind of offset or makes it look like you guys are working as a community together to try and influence the price, it's going to be bad for the investigation. You know, would you, if Adam Aaron came to you and said something like that, would you back away? And I think that the overwhelming answer would be yes. If you felt that there was some kind of reasoning behind what you're doing that could cause there to be a problem in that investigation, then you would probably take a step back. I don't know this to be true. I'm hypothesizing, but I think it's very odd that they all kind of came out at the same time and said the same exact thing right at the time that they were all meeting in Kansas City for the shareholder meeting. So it's something to think about. Again, I don't have any kind of confirmation that that's what happened at all. But it's just kind of, it seems like it could be possible. I know that none of those guys are walking away from AMC by any means whatsoever. So who knows? Maybe there is an investigation currently happening, and we don't know. We did see Gary Gensler come out, I think it was yesterday, and say that they're looking heavily into the dark pools. If their investigation's leading them to the dark pools, that'd be a great place to start. I know they're looking into SPACs. I've covered several times where Citadel has been investing money in Cayman Island SPACs, which is extremely odd. They're blank check companies, and it does look to me like it's some kind of money laundering type of situation. Of course, this is hypothesis. I don't want to say that that's what they're doing because that would put me at risk. I'm just saying it looks highly speculative that or it's highly suspicious that they're buying into SPACs from the Cayman Islands in these, quantities that are pretty insane. I just pulled up their SEC filings right now, and I don't see any new ones. It's actually the quantity of those have actually dropped off significantly in the last week, whereas they were really high before. But yeah, I think that there might be ongoing SEC investigations happening currently. I think the reason that one question, what was his name, Jimmy D or something like that. I'm so bad with names, guys. The number one question, the reason why I think it's so popular, is more than likely because of the fact that if a dividend is issued, Timothy B, I said Jimmy B, it was Timothy. Timothy B says, do you have any plans to offer a dividend again? In a situation of a dividend issuance, my understanding is that they would have to tally how many total shares there are in order to give out that dividend. That's why that question is probably so popular. If that number is realized, it can be reported to the SEC, and then there could be possibly some action that could be taken. I have read, and I tried to pull this back up and I could not find it, but I read a place one time where it was saying that, what are the reasons for a share recall? I have tried so many times to find this information again because I wanted to post this up as a question on that Say Technologies site. But it was saying that if a CEO or if the board members believe or decide that there's manipulation happening to the company, they can do a share recall. That was one of the reasonings that they could do a share recall, and so I feel like that would be a better way to ask, like, can we issue, since we believe that there's manipulation in the price, sorry, not in the price, but in the amount of shares that are withstanding out there. Why aren't we doing a share recall, and can we initiate that? And that's kind of the question that I would like to ask. And I don't see a good reason for why it's not happening. One of the things that I had kind of suggested was, if AMC said, "Hey, we want to issue more shares to earn money," I said, "What if they instead of 25 million, what if they said 50 million shares?" And then they said, "Okay, we're going to give one share to each shareholder that's out there." If there's, we know there's 4.1 million shares, or 4.1 as of June. There's 4.1 million shareholders at that time. If there's, let's just say that there's 10. That would be 10 million shares that they would owe out of the 50 million. 1/5. That would be a great way to do a share recall. I would vote for that in an instant. I've been against every single issuance of shares from the get-go, and I would be for that. If they came out and said, we'll give one share to every single shareholder, but we have to do a share recall in order to do so, to find out how many shareholders there are, that would fix everything. The pushback that I think that I've had from that idea is that the dividends is going to be shot down by the people that they owe money to. The limitations to being able to issue a dividend, until they can pay off their creditors, they are not going to be able to issue a dividend. So we probably won't see something like that happen. Which is why I've been really heavily pushing the idea that we need, instead of buying more movie theaters, I think the more advantageous route that AMC should be taking is to buying down their debt, as opposed to buying more movie theaters. And another reason why I would support that idea is because of the fact that I believe that commercial property is going to be superly overinflated right now, and the bubble's going to hit, and the price of properties is going to drop drastically. And buying those right now at inflated prices is probably not the best thing to do. The best thing to do before a market bubble is to take care of your debt, because you're probably not going to get more debt issued to you later. It would either be to stockpile money so that you can last through a tough time, or it would be to reduce your debt so that you can not have to owe people into the future. Yeah, exactly. Eric's stating what I had just said. There is a little bit of a delay on here. This 10 to 25-second delay, but yeah, if they owe money to somebody, that's where they can't issue the dividend. I think that's going to be the answer to the number one question, unfortunately, is going to be that. They're going to say, well, we still owe money. We can't issue a dividend. So we need to kind of come up with an idea around that, and that's probably what's not going to be talked about, which is the problem. Somebody needs to ask the question, how can we get around, or how can we issue a dividend without affecting or having issues to do with creditors? Share split or reverse split should have the same effect as a dividend, as I understand. That's another thing too. I thought when we were trading in the high 30s, I felt like a share split would also have the same, would be a really awesome thing to do. You'd be giving every single shareholder double the amount of shares. If you split it at say like 30, it'd be $15 a share, and you should have a share recall at that point. The problem with that is, I did a little research into it, is that you have to get the SEC to approve a shareholder split. Uh, the SEC is not going to. I mean, they're gonna look at. I'm pretty sure that they know that there's billions upon billions of shares that are outstanding out there. They're going to take one look at it and be like, sorry, but you guys, you're going to crash the entire economy doing a share split. There's no way we're going to let you do that. So it'll be shot down pretty quick. But I agree that a share split or a reverse split would have the same effect. We're not going to get the SEC's approval on that though. And I honestly I don't know what kind of indicators they would have to see that would allow them to approve something like that. That's a question I don't know. We are at 10:30, so almost 2 hours into the trading day with we'll just call it 53 million shares traded so far. Holy moly. We're on a pace for 172 million shares traded for the day today. What did I say? 130 to 150. Looks like my 150 number might be closer to being correct, because this number is obviously gonna fall. We're not gonna hold this pace all day long. What do we got here? my boys are I love my support team. They're great guys. I've got Adam's not on the list. He's not on the page as far as a price prediction every day. But Adam, I'm gonna throw a shout out to my support team, and I'm gonna list up the tally marks so you guys can see them. But I've got John, Eric, Duncan, and Adam, and my wife, of course, my number one supporter. All huge supporters as my support team. I got to throw a shout out to my mom. She's also an ape that supports the movement. I think those are all amazing people who help me get through what I have to get through. Great support team. Like getting coffee delivered to you in the morning. You can't beat that. Let's look at the 5-minute real quick here. Okay, so here's our cup. The handle's developing a little bit late, but if it does touch down at $31.10, I could see it bouncing up off of that and starting back up again. I'm looking to see if they borrowed more shares. Okay, it looks like they've returned some. Short share interest is at 15.56% of the free float. And earlier we were at 1.2 million shares borrowed. It is down to 1.13, so they have returned some shares. Let's look at the options real quick, guys. Pulling it over. Okay, so our level of call options has increased for the $32 strike price, and it's surpassing the 30. The 30 is now up to 13,000, but look, the support now at 32 is at 17.8 thousand shares. So the volume is increasing there. 17 point, what did I say? 8? 17.8, yeah. On the put side, $30 is still the number one position, but it is getting a close runner up at 29. And so we'll put down 18.7. So almost a 1-to-1 ratio. The calls are slightly lagging behind. Understandably so. I could see why the call options are distrusting of the price moving upwards, especially with how we've had. How many days has it been ongoing here? I gotta minimize this real quick. The ongoing price, 9 days. We're on 9 days of ongoing price drop. When we hit 28.57 from 40.94 on 7/27, it's been 9 days today, where our low was 28.57 for a 30.2% drop in price. But we are back on the up side of things. Let me look and see how that fares percentage-wise. So I'm going to take the highest high that we have of the day since we hit that low of 28.57. It looks like 32.59 is the number. That gives us a positive increase of 14.1%. If we get to about 15%, which would be, let's just put it in $33. Yeah, that's a little high. All right, so we'll just say roughly around $33. If we get to about $33, I would call that a new high. So we have to hit roughly around $33. Let me see here what it shows on the screen. Yeah, I would probably say 33.30 might be the actual price that I would center around. That would be a 16.6% increase. That would be a sign that we're moving into a growth period, and that we've moved out of that decrease in price that we've had for 9 straight days. It wasn't an entire straight days, but I mean, we didn't have enough growth in between that 7.27 and 8.5 where it was worth noting. So today's that point almost. Looks like we did bounce off of 31.16. It was close to the 30. It was close to that 31.10 level of support. It does look like it's struggling to try and it looks like it's going to retest that. It does look like it's struggling. Volume is dropping off, so that's part of the problem. Our last column of volume was 113,000 shares, and so that's low. We need to see volume pick back up so we can continue this price increase. This was a nice George W, but it didn't do what it was supposed to do. But if you pull out to the 5-minute mark, it looks like a lopsided cup with a handle. And now would be a good time. Let me look at RSI at the 30-minute interval. 57.16. So it has room to move up. On the 5-minute interval, it's at 54.54. So it's got room to move up. So we could see a reversal here. A reversal from this current downtrend. We are heading back towards the VWAP though. Let's look at inflow versus outflow. 336 to 328. So we're definitely on a positive movement on inflow or order flow distribution. We have more money coming in than we have outgoing. We can also look at Fidelity and see what the order ratio is. Order flow. So AMC is the top 2 trending, number 2. 68 buys to 32% sales. So there's definitely more buys than there is sales. GME is no longer on the top 10 list. You can select the see more orders by Fidelity to see how far GME is down. They've moved down to the 12th position. So they have 77 buys to 23% sells. But yeah, we're still holding as far as the number of orders. We're second on the list. Notice that this is interesting. Notice that the buy orders versus sell orders on Robinhood is there's more buys than there is sells, but yet the price is decreasing. Interesting. Suffer from AMC's problems much, Robinhood? Where are we going? So volume picked back up the last minute to 248, which is, that's a good value. I like 250. 250 is a good number. We want to continue to see. So volume just made another 240, went from 248 to 242. So volume starting to pick back up. We are swinging off of this level of resistance here. I wonder if Duncan feels the way I do right now. This is our lower limits right here, our lower price predictions for the ending price for today, and we're so close. I feel like I can just grab it and pull up to it like a pull up. Let's go, pull. I want to say something silly like if you I want to add rules to our guessing of price prediction for the end of the day and say that if you call a bearish number that you only get half a point. It's a negative because I mean you could just there's always more down days than there are up days. So it's so much easier to just guess a lower value and more often than not be right than wrong. But that's just kind of the nature of the way it trades. It looks like to me Duncan's posting something here that I'm just reading over real quick here. And it's in regards to the lender of a shorted share can request that shares be returned by the investor at any time with minimal notice, but this rarely happens in practice so long as the short seller keeps paying their margin interest. Now that's from the broker's side of it, if I recall correctly. So like Hoover, they borrowed the shares from. Vanguard and BlackRock could be in the process of borrowing so many shares to Citadel, etc., that just to recall them all when the time is right. It's like giving a junkie free fixes until one day you show up with your Hells Angels friends and demand they rob a bank and pay up. Yeah. I've definitely felt like that's the case, right? Like, I mean, that was the insinuation that I made a while back, is that you know, these institutions that hold large investments in AMC are um, lending shares out and allowing hedge funds to dig the hole deeper and deeper and deeper. And then when we do have these big price decreases, I feel like they're looking at certain levels of support from investors. And when it does start to look bleak, like the price is dropping too low to, like when they start seeing maybe some paper hands actually selling shares, they step in and they take action. And you'll see it in the order book list too. You'll see these like 20,000 orders that will just show up in the order book, and it's like, whoa, where the heck did that come from? So you know, I do think that they step in and take action when they feel they need to protect their long positions. Because the alternative is that they sell, and I don't think that they want to do that. And they're definitely milking this for everything that they can. Make no mistake, I'm here to tell you, um, some of these bigger institutions are trying to make the most money as they possibly can out of this situation, and they are playing retail investors against hedge funds and making money off of this. Make no mistake. Yeah, in regards to an earlier talk we had about possible triggers to the MOS and how 5.5 million shares suddenly appeared to borrow. Yeah. I didn't open up the link. Should I open up that link that you sent me? Let me see here. Short selling, how long does a short seller have before covering? Yeah. So it looks like we're testing that $31.10. We're currently at 31.24. We have a level of support at 31.05 of 3,000 shares. It seems like volume's dropping. 234, 206, 162. So volume is dropping right now. So it looks like it's probably going to move back down and start to retest that 31.10 again. Looks like they'll try to push past that a third time. I have not looked at Reddit like all day today. So the very first thing that pops up for me was a post by Hot Brief 779, and they said, so they really thought we were going to sell our AMC at $30 after holding for 8 months. Ha ha ha! Hell nah. Yeah, I'm not selling. That'd be. I think that'd be kind of silly. I would hate my. I'm not going to try to influence anybody. I have convictions that lead me to carry on beyond these price levels. So 31, it is testing 3105. The buy wall kind of disappeared there, so we might drive back down below this. There's some heavy selling pressure going on here. So we're moving back towards the VWAP. I think so. Here's some interesting analysis, and I'll throw it up here real quick. I'm trying to understand what I'm looking at time frame wise. Looks like they're looking at just this morning. Let me just verify that that's what we look like this morning. Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, so I'm on the same page now. So this is basically open in the market right here. Says number one, gap up and opening. So then we had that cup and handle pattern, right, that we talked about. And then it says double bottom pattern, aka George W. So yeah, we had the George W. Then the price fell in a channel. Breakout from the bullish channel is here. But let's see where we're at now. Here's the George W. There's the channel that they're referring to. This looks like the part that they're saying is the breakout from the channel, but it's still continuing down. I think we're still kind of in a channel right here. If we were to draw in on this, it might. I don't have enough really touch points to say where the channel is. You know, that's what it would look like to me, sort of. But I don't have enough touch points to move down here. But this is a bullish indicator. When it breaks out, it will break out going up. We're still kind of in the $31 range, you know, so we could still bounce off of that. But yeah, I mean, there's some definitely strong indicators here. We got the cup and handle, straight into a George W, and then it didn't go back up. You know, I would imagine that there's some dark pool trades going in here. You know, they're setting these trades aside for the positive pressure that they're getting to move up here. I mean, two very strong indicators, sort of like we had in the beginning of the morning in the pre-market hours, where we had a inverse head and shoulders followed by a wedge, a bullish wedge, and it did indeed break out right here at the beginning of my box and went straight on up and into the cup and George W. So there's some heavy bullish indicators showing. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 indicators right after another of price increase. Who posted this? I need to give them some credit. This is exco order. I'm sorry, exec order 066. So this is a reference, I believe, to Star Wars. Executive Order 66. That's some good analysis. I like what they put up there. And I've been talking about these indicators as we've been moving on through the day today. Somebody said, the very first comment says, and I'm not even going to give credit to this person, but they said, you do understand that those patterns only work in a freely traded market. You cannot trade over 70% of the dark pool and follow patterns. I don't agree. I do think that we have indicators that show certain things, and I believe that dark pools are only, I think that the price is only manipulated during certain times. So like in here, there should have been a price increase. So while the indicators are showing that it should be more of a price increase, and it does the exact opposite of what it should have done, I think you have some manipulation going on here. But you know, I do believe that these, and I don't think that 100% of the time they're putting these trades that are happening in these periods of time all into dark pools. Let's get a feel for how the vote's going. I want to take a look at it again. Looks like we have 48.2 million shares voted on. Let's see if I get the same numbers. These almost look identical, but they're not. Oops. Okay, so we have 48.2 million shares voted on by 39,811 voters, so almost 40,000. Gives you 1,210 shares per person who's voted so far. Dividing that by 2 and then multiplying by the 4.1 million shareholders gives us a total of 2.481. So it dropped just a little bit. But I'm just going to continue to update this, you know, as this updates. Still hovering right around. I would call this a period of consolidation. I think we have a fight going on here, right? Like you can see the candlesticks on either side. Not this spot right here, but you can see candle wicks rather on either side of the candlesticks. There's a fight going on for the price of the stock as it stands. And it looks like it looks like we're bouncing off of it. We're bouncing off that 3110 level of support. Volume just went, looks like it increased from 77,000 shares a minute to 108. That's good. There's a fight. I just suddenly had an image as I said that of a school fight where like somebody yells "fight" and then everybody shows up and like circles around to watch. Okay, I gotta share this one. This person, I gotta give this person an award. Okay, this is on Reddit. Pencils and books. Why do sex addicts love AMC? They want MOAS. I've not heard that one. That's good. I like that. They're gonna get an award from me. I gotta give them some credit. That's pretty good. I like that. Let me get my awards out here. I'm gonna give them the helpful award, the silver helpful award. They made my day. They made me laugh. They get an award for that. I gotta find it on my phone. Oh man, that made me laugh. Actually, I can do it on here. I forgot about that. Award. I forgot that I had logged in my account here on here. So just to prove it, I'm hitting it. Give. That's just too funny. I don't want to say that. That's that's funny. We gotta have some humor. Okay, so the price, if we pull out to the 5-minute interval and we look at it, we still have a strong cup and handle. You know, what would be really cool to see here is moving at this interval, moving into a phase where we start to form another George W. So it'd be like a 1-minute interval George W followed by a 5-minute interval of a George W. So we'd be consolidating inside of this range of 31.1 to 32.45. Holy crap, I'm way past time for a break today. I did not realize how I'm having fun today, guys. I'm having fun. I know I'm having fun when I've lost track of time and I should have had a break. I normally take lunch between 10:30 and 11:10, and I'm already well past that. This is a fun day today. I'm gonna go ahead and take that break as much as I really don't want to because I am having so much fun, and I will see you guys back. I'm gonna give myself the typical 40 minutes, so I'm gonna leave in 5 minutes, and I'll come back at 11:40. So from 11 to 11:40. I know this is outside my normal break period. Some of these are gonna have to remind me when I'm having this much fun, or just accept that I'm gonna change times on you. This I normally like to take the break like that half hour. I call 11. This is my time, Central Standard Time, from 11 to 12, which would Eastern Standard Time would be 12 to 1. That's typically what I like to refer to as the hedge fund power hour. That's typically when you see like a lot of down activity on the stock uh, for whatever reason. I kind of want to leave this. I can't really do it. I can't really leave the cup and handle in there. I'm just going to leave that George W up there. This is a George W followed by a George W on crack. This is George W presidency and George W after. What is that guy up to these days? I wonder. He's here in the same state as me. It'd be fun. God, I would love to go talk to him right now with everything that's happening. Wouldn't that be an amazing interview to have? Talking to him about what's happening. Gosh, I'm gonna reach out. I know I am small beans, but I'm gonna reach out to somebody. I know this sounds so insane, but I'm gonna reach out to somebody and see if I can't get him on a conversation. Can you imagine talking to a former president about what's currently happening in the economy? I know not a whole lot of people put too much valued interest into George W.'s opinion of the market or anything like that, but I do kind of want to just see where he's at, see what he's up to, see what he thinks is going on, and what an amazing. It'll never happen. It'll never happen, guys. I'm just talking through my ass, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna reach out and see if somebody's willing to get him onto a Skype conversation. Especially with these George W formations that we're seeing. I'd love to talk to him and see what he thinks about all that. I wonder if you even follow. When you're president and you're no longer the president. I know the first term after you're out of office, those first 4 years, you probably follow things that happen, but you're probably really happy that you got away from everything. And you probably just do stuff that's non-presidential related as much as possible to just kind of rest and relax R&R. But once you get past those like first 4 years, as you move into those later years, I wonder how much you move away from political type things, and what do you think about? What are some of the things? He had a tough presidency. 9/11. Ugh, that was rough. Before I leave out of here, I'm going to look at how many borrowed shares there are. So we're at 15.48% short share interest on the free float, which is a little bit lower than it was earlier. The amount of shares borrowed currently is lower as well. It's dropped by almost half. It was 1.13 million. It is down to 616,000 shares borrowed. I'm not showing this on the page. The price action right now is kind of fun to watch. I would show options, but there's just I'll come and hit it up when we get back from break here. Citadel. I hadn't even looked to see how busy they are today. Oh, busy as normal. They're not overly busy. It's been a while. It's been a long while since the foot traffic on their Google. I'll pull it up over here so you can see what I'm talking about. If you just search Citadel Chicago popular times, it'll pull up a popular times based on foot traffic monitored. Now, this used to show busier than normal levels like constantly. And I think what's happened is I don't think that we've had the level of busyness go down. I think what's happened is Google's updated the amount of busyness that they've had because it doesn't actually give like values here. It doesn't say how much traffic this is. It just kind of gives you a column here that shows you how busy they are. And it's just kind of on track with where it's been. So I think, yeah, I think it's just, I think they've updated this. I think these used to be lower, and now that they've had more steady volume of foot traffic through their area, it's just updated, and that's why it looks normal. What else should I check? I guess that's about it. I will see you guys in 40 minutes from now. Go grab something to eat, drink something, refresh yourself, and I'll see you back here in just a little bit. Okay, I am back. I'm probably going to step up here for just a second, grab some water. I forgot to grab water before I came back. But we'll talk about a few things here first before I do. Welcome back. Let's see how we're looking here. We're still trading above the VWAP. If I had to draw a some kind of indicator as to where we're heading here, to me this looks like a pennant. We have a flagpole that roughly starts at around 10:15 and heads all the way up to the top at around 10:53. So we're looking at like almost an hour long. 10:53 to 11. So the pennant should have ended at 11:53. So like in this range in here. Obviously, it dropped down after George W. It dropped down quite a ways, but then it pulled back up. So it's kind of like so it's not really what I would define as an actual pennant, but we're going to call it a wedge. So let's plot it out here. I really don't have two good touch points for the bottom, I'm just realizing. So it's going to kind of be based off of what we've got currently happening. So this is going to get extended out, I'm sure, to something like this eventually. But for now, I'm going to draw it right here. But I'm pretty certain, just kind of the looks of it looks to me like it's gonna consolidate down to a point that's probably further down here, 3149-ish, eventually. But we'll draw this for right now. Once we get more touch points on the downside of this, we'll correct it. So I'll leave this for now. We'll see what happens here. Let's see our inflow versus outflow on the order flow. Inflow is 407 versus 396, so we're just over 11 points higher. I know before I left earlier, I said some crazy things. Like I said, I'm going to contact George W. Bush and ask him for an interview. I'm a crazy person. Let's see if I can show you this without worrying about what I did. I sent it out. To whom it may concern, I'm a daily YouTube correspondent covering the stock market, more specifically the meme movement, specifically AMC and GME. If at all possible, I would love to request a Skype or other type phone call with former President Bush to discuss his thoughts on the state of the economy and his perspectives of the future of our nation in regards to this subject matter. I would prepare a list of questions for advanced viewing, and it would be a one-on-one controlled setting. As a resident of Texas, I think it would be valuable for our nation to hear the former president. Below is a link to my channel, and I look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you so much for your time and service to our country. Regards, me. I sent it, and of course, they send out the immediate, we got your email response back. It's just the standardized, thank you for contacting the office of George W. Bush. We have received your message and will respond as soon as we are able. It's just the standard, thank you for sending us something. I don't expect anything to come of this, but I did it. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. What are the chances that you actually score an interview as just somebody out there who's covering something like this? They say that that there's no harm in trying. Some people talk about, as far as dating goes, walking into a bar. I've heard some people talk about guys who will walk into bars and ask 10, 15 different girls for their phone number, and they end up getting one, and that's all that matters. So I do want to hear the perspective from a lot of different people. This is really high goal for me to try and score an interview like this, and I don't even expect to get anything. But I'm a man of my word, and so I sent it out to them to see what they have to say back. I'm not expecting anything, but I'm trying, and I do think it's important to hear um, from our former leaders, people who've been in positions of power. I probably should start smaller and work my way up to something like that, but I can't help myself. I see George W. and I instantly start thinking about George W. And that would probably be one of my most favorite questions of asking is, what do you think about having an indicator on the stock market named after you? that would that would probably be my highlight of all the questions that I probably would ask. Um, but we'll see what happens. I'll tell you guys if there's anything that's said. Even if I just get a statement back, a personalized letter back from him talking about the subject matter, would be more than anything I could possibly even imagine. Bush's standard speaking fee is reportedly between 100,000 and 150,000. I don't have that money, not yet. Not yet. It's coming. Maybe we can get him on the show after. I'm not going to start a fundraiser for that. This is going to be out of the kindness of his heart that we're going to get an interview if we do get one. There's plenty of other people that I could probably pull in for an interview. That it'd be a lot better to probably start smaller. I do love interviewing people, asking questions, finding out about their past, finding about what they think of the future. Um, just talking to people in general, understanding their background and where they're coming from and how they think. I love hearing how people think. It helps challenge me to view how I think differently. All right, let's look at some of our technicals. Current short share interest of the free float is 15.44%, which is slightly up from what I recall after having left for lunch. I think it was like 15.39. Borrowed amount of shares is currently at 367.6 thousand shares, which is down from 616.6. So I will change that. We'll look at our options. I do believe I need to log back into Fidelity, so give me just 1 second here. While I do that, we'll pull up the market and see how that's how the market's moving ahead through the day. Okay, so this is updated. It looks like AMC is still in second for top trending stocks for the day today. We currently have 66 buys, over 34% sells on Fidelity. Those are based on orders. The stock market is advancing 4,398 advancers to 2,168 decliners. It just barely ticked up, I believe. So not a whole lot of change. It looks like the Nasdaq is up 0.61%, the Dow Jones up 0.5%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.37%. Wow, what appears to be the hardest hit sector is the semiconductors, which is kind of odd. Healthcare does look like it's got a fair bit of red as well. The reason I say semiconductors is odd is because there is a massive shortage of computer chips. Last report that I had heard, and being that's the industry that I come from, it's a little shocking to see some of the big hitters down in price right now. So this is one of the companies I used to work for here, STM. if the market is in a decline, one of the first places that gets a reporting on that is semiconductors, and I'll tell you why. They have to look out into the future and see what it is, what's going to be the demand for the future. So, for example, AMAT, or Applied Materials, is a local company where I live. One of my favorite tool sets that I've ever worked on in my entire life. And if they see a downturn, or if they report that there's going to be a downturn because maybe they're getting a less of a order flow of tool sets that are coming in, and you start to see things like that decline the supply chain to the semiconductor market, it's kind of a good indicator of the market starting to take a downturn. You will see the semiconductors hit faster than anybody else. Their chip orders come in advance before things are actually put. The chips have to be put into things. Those things are either purchased from the market and then backfill the shelves on the market floor, wherever it may, whatever device it may be that it's put into. And so those sales, those report of sales, or those orders of chips get delayed, and they either get delayed and there's a delay on those chips, or there's a decrease in demand. And the semiconductor industry, since I started in the early 2000s, well, I started in 1998, but in the early 2000s they started having these very cyclical periods of time where the market was heavy and then the market was soft, and it was always leading to the economy having a breakdown. So yeah, you'll see it there. So after 9/11, the semiconductors got hit so hard, so fast, you knew something was coming right after that. The economy failure was evident in the semiconductor industry. We did break down to this wedge, but like I said, we're going to go ahead and draw this down a little bit further. Looks like Robinhood is down 13.57% for the day. Amazon is up 0.82%. Cinemark is up 3.7%. Doge is down negative 0.47%. GME is up 4.45%, and we are up 4.76% on the day. So the marketplace is making, for the most part, good moves. The traders, not to be confused with the trader, but the traders, stock or brokerage is suffering, and so is the cryptocurrency. Although 19.9 is higher than it was, I thought. Yeah, they did have a little bit of a tick up. Oops. All right, let's see what we got here. What else do we have? Options. Did I cover those? I didn't cover those yet. I had to log back in. Let's refresh these. Is my information covering everything? Kind of, sort of. Little noisy. I'll take it off. Highest amount of call options is at $32. That's right where it was earlier. It's gone up from 17.8 options, 17.8 thousand options to 25.9. We're just going to call it 26. Okay, so there's a fight between 29 and 30. 29 starting to win over the $30 strike price for puts. So we're going to change this. The momentum's moving towards the downside on the options for puts. That's interesting to note. It was 18.7 at 30 before and is now 23.2, but like I said, 29 is winning now, so it's winning at 23.8 thousand options. Call options are beating out the put options. But I wouldn't say, yep, even overall they're winning out. Which can be seen on Stonko Tracker. We can pull that up. What is our volume? My goodness, volume. What in the world happened to you, volume? Where did you go? Wow, that's a big drop off. I just suddenly looked up at volume and saw that we were only at 66 million. I mean, that's halfway through the day. That's I think we were on pace earlier for like 170 million. This is going to put us on lower than maybe even my prediction for the day today. Let's see what pace we're on here. 195. About 132 million pace. So this will pick up towards the end of the day. So the 130 to 150 volume prediction that I had could still be good. If volume starts to pick up towards the end of the day today. I do expect to see more volume after this hedge fund power hour from 12 to 1 o'clock their time. So we should see volume pick back up. We did bounce off this lower level of support again around $31.10, and we're increasing in price, which moving into more volume, we could see this start to move up and break out of this wedge. I'm going to go ahead and draw this wedge out to here. I'm going to put up a box. So these are 15-minute intervals, so we're going to call the box like here. I would expect to see a breakout somewhere in that time frame. It could be a little bit before this. I'll extend it out just a tad bit. There we go. I would expect to see a breakout somewhere in this box here. I want to say that it's going to be up, but I can't really say that because this is not a bullish pennant. The flag portion of this is too long. So I can't really sit here and tell you, lie to you and tell you that this is going to be a bullish movement. I can't tell you. Honestly, just can't. It's an unknown. But we are consolidating to a breakout. I really feel stupid for having sent that email to President Bush, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to do some crazy things in life. I mean, I reached out to True Demon. I got an interview with True Demon. He was, I think, maybe the second person that I had reached out to. And so I was 50% at the time when I'd reached out to two different people, and I got one out of the two. And actually, he was the one that took the longest to respond back to me. And it was a great interview. I've only had 2 interviews so far. Duncan was the other one, and True Demon. Both great interviews. I look forward to talking to Eric and John eventually on here. John's been on the show before. John will be back on the show, but I do need to do like an official interview with John if he's willing to do it. I'm not going to force anybody to do anything they don't really want to do. But I would, I'd like to interview all my moderators. I've got to add Eric as a moderator, and I saw him post a question or say something earlier, so I'm going to add him. Okay, so Eric's now added in as a moderator. I had realized that he hadn't been a moderator on here, and I do want to give a shout out. I know earlier I was talking to my support team, and I included all my moderators as well as my wife and my mom. But I want to go back to my wife. By far, the heaviest support that I could possibly get is coming from my wife, and I'm absolutely in love with her, and think that it's amazing that she's supporting me through this. I've never gotten this kind of support in my entire life, and I appreciate everything that she's doing for me. So hopefully she hears this. I don't know. She may not even hear it, but I'm saying it. Let's see. AMC has had some 13F filings, I think. Yes, there's 2. and they're interesting, at least for me. Probably nobody else except for those who may live where I live. But one of them is from the state of Texas. We've already seen the state. The very first state that I saw that invested into the teacher retirement system was of California. So if we just type in teacher in here, you'll see here California State Teachers Retirement System. They bought 571,750. Now I don't know if you know anything about California, but their government runs on some really rough budgets that are highly stressed. For them to be investing 500,000 shares worth of money into this stock speaks so loudly. The Speaker of the House happens to be a representative of that state, Nancy Pelosi. There is no doubt in my mind that somehow somebody on the or people of the California State Teachers Retirement System got some kind of indicator that they needed to start investing in AMC. It's they don't have that money to just throw around. My grandmother's a teacher, a retired teacher for that state, and they just don't have that kind of money to just waste. If there was any more bullish indicators to me than I could possibly point to, and because it touches home for me, it's this one. When you see these teacher retirement systems investing into a fund like this, you know that they know something's going on. Anyways, the teacher retirement system of Texas, I can take this out of here, has now invested in this as well. They have 46,289 shares that they bought, so they're being outshined by California. But you can see, oh look, oh, apparently this is not their first rodeo with AMC. Wow, wow. In 2018, they owned quite a few shares and sold off their entire position. But in the end of June of this year, they bought 46,289, which is more shares than they've ever bought in this stock, ever. It might even be 10, 20, 30, 40. It might be more than they've ever even bought at any given time, multiple times added up together. So that there's something to be said about that. What is a teacher retirement system doing in an AMC stock? They know something. You got to follow the money. And then we've got Winch Advisory Services LLC that bought 12 shares. I think that's hysterical that they have to report that kind of stuff. Looks like they bought 3 shares back in end of March as well. Oh, anyways, interesting things. For guys like Rizwan, who was on here earlier talking about being a little down on what's happening with the price in here. You got to look at evidence like that and ask yourself questions like, do teacher pension funds have room to be losing money on the pensions for their retired teachers? They don't. The teachers don't get paid enough, and I'm sure that they're trying to backfill probably some of the losses that they have to cover. For example, I know that there's been instances in some states where the teacher pension funds couldn't pay their teachers because they didn't have the money. They may have made poor investments and just didn't have the money to be able to pay them. I can't really speak on which ones they are, but I know I've read it in the news before. Trust me, I know a person. I was joking with somebody the other day about that. It was Adam. Oh, shout out to Adam. I know I shouted him out earlier. But yeah, definitely shout out to Adam as well. He's not on the list here. Actually, I think he made a comment in here earlier. I probably need to add him as an admin too, so that when he shows up, we'll know. Everybody's just gonna be admins eventually. If you spend enough time here, you become an admin. Ask Duncan. He'll tell you. Let's see what our order flow is. 419 to 409, so still about a 10-point spread. I think it was 11 earlier, so we're losing a little bit of ground there. But yeah, I mean, volume's just look how much it's dying over time here. It's picking back up. If I zoom in on this, you can see it's starting to pick back up. Still too low though. We need to get everybody back from lunch and buying again. Let's see what good old Reddit's up to. Is this the same? Huh. I'm just pulling this up. This was posted by Trip Artist 1. It's throwing it up here side by side so you can see. that's ironic. Looks like they're drawing out the same thing I drew out. Interesting. Well, I guess we see the same things. Great minds think alike. What did they say there? They said, y'all seen what I see. I feel like they're trying to insinuate that this is a pennant, but I don't believe that it's fitting the correct indicators that would define this as a pennant. The flag is only, based on what I've understood to be the case, is the flag should only be as long as the pole in time. So in other words, your poll started, if you were to say that your poll started here at 10:34, you know, I would go back as far as this and say your poll started at 10:14. So poll started at 10:14, ended at 10:53, so you have roughly 50 minutes. Oh no. 30 minutes. 30 minutes of poll. So you should only have 30 minutes here, so it should go to like 11:30, which would be like out to here. And it's, you know, here's another 30 minutes right here, and another 30 minutes right here, and another 30 minutes here, and this will be almost another 30 minutes starting into my box right here. So I don't know. I don't think this can really be defined as a pennant. Let's see what the comments say. Number one comment: yes, looks like a buy and hold. Poor guy got crapped on. That ain't cool. I mean, come on, guys. Just be nice to some people. I mean, they're happy, they're excited, they're learning things, they're drawing graphs. I don't understand why people shit on them so much. You know, be happy for people learning stuff. He kind of got pooped on a little bit there. I don't like seeing that. I'm gonna comment on it and say, good work, because I just think that's messed up, man. I keep forgetting I can do this on my computer now because I changed it to where I'm logged in on the computer now. I don't care if people see who I am. I'm done with trying to be hiding who I am. Let's not poop on each other, guys. I know apes like to fling poo, but let's fling the poo at the people who are watching us from outside the cage instead of flinging it at each other. I don't mind learning new things, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's just no need to be a jerk about it. Here where I live in Austin, Texas, just kind of in a suburb outside of Austin, Texas. And on Reddit, there's a community called I think it's R Austin. It is so toxic, so toxic. If you put anything in there whatsoever, the amount of people that just come at you and attack you is insane. Like it doesn't matter what you write; it just really doesn't matter. You just get attacked. And sometimes I start to feel like our community on AMC stock does the same thing. It's kind of maybe it's shill accounts. I don't know, but it just kind of sucks. So this is posted by Dragon Flute Flies. That's hard to say if you said it fast. Dragon Flute Flies. I'm thinking they are trying to push the price down because of the fact that AMC will exceed its earnings, and the CEO has taken the initiative to have a way to count the shares. All this shows that we are not wrong. It's only a matter of time. I don't know. Uh, I just think that this is just it's the general plan. I do feel like there's a little bit of desperation for them to push the price down right now. That may be because of the incoming quarterly earnings report, but I'd be hesitant to say that that's exactly the reason why. It could be. I mean, I felt like $31.10 was kind of like the mark where they didn't want to go too much lower than that. If they did, they'd find a lot of buying pressure. And they're walking this tightrope, making sure that they are getting people discouraged, but not willing to buy more because of a low price, or having new people coming in and buy more shares because of a low price. And when they pass that $31.10 mark, I think that's where they enter into that level. Anything underneath $30, 31.10, I guess I'll just go that high and say down. Anything lower than 31.10, and you really get a lot of people who start looking at the stock as being a good entry point. So it does feel like with the price that they got us down to yesterday, it does feel like desperation a little bit on their part. Let me see here. 28.57. That's low. They got it to 28.57, and they sure did. I mean, they sure did find a lot of buying pressure. $28.57 right here. I don't know. We'll see. I think it probably stems more around the options, if I had to guess. I personally feel like options, they had a lot of them down at the $30 price range, and they needed to cover for those options. Well, which means that they're hedging their bets. So they took the other side. 77 to 79. Was the music industry in Austin as prevalent as it is? Well, maybe you don't know how prevalent it is here. They consider Austin to be the music center or capital of the nation. Whereas I felt like before it used to be Tennessee. I mean, growing up in California, it was always Tennessee. It was the music capital of the nation. So do you think that since 77 and 79 that the music here has increased to the point to where we are definitely the music capital? Out of curiosity. Um, I think it's weird when I hear people refer to Austin as the music capital. I just don't really think of Austin as being the music capital. But with South by Southwest and I always forget the name of the other one. South by Southwest and what's the other? I can't think of. There's two music festivals that we have here that draws in huge names. So it was a big music place in 77, 79. That's cool. I guess it's just news to me. When I grew up in California, that just we didn't know. I didn't know Austin was a music capital. Yeah, we got a lot of concerts here. One of my favorite groups that I don't like their current album, but 21 Pilots. I kind of latched on to them quite a few years ago when they still weren't that big yet, and got to see. Oh, you saw Tom Petty in a small venue? Oh man, I was gonna go watch him on tour on this last tour when he passed away, and it really bummed me out because I wanted to see Tom. He's one of my idols. Well, not idols. He's a big influencer in music that I've written in the past, and I would have really have loved to see him. I've never seen him in concert, and I would have loved to have seen him in concert. That would have been awesome. I bet that was a great show. Was it, out of curiosity, I don't know if they had Stubbs back in the day. When you say it was a small venue, was it Stubbs that you saw him at? Do you happen to remember? Because Stubbs is it's a venue down here in Austin. It's kind of it's a smaller size stage, in an open setting. Um, and I consider Stubbs to be a small venue. It really feels personal when you get to go see the artists that are performing there. More personal than it would be in a huge concert stadium. And uh, yeah, the old Paramount Theater is the old Paramount Theater. I'm gonna have to look that one up. That might be the theater that I really like. I think it's Moody Hall that I really like. Uh, I bet you it's I bet you the Paramount Theater is. Yeah, that looks like it. I went to a concert at the Paramount Theater. I think it was. Nope, that's not it. That's different. I think Moody Hall and Paramount Theater are different. But if I'm correct on the location, let me just look it up real quick here. I think Moody Hall is, yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure Moody Hall's the venue that I went to. And I saw Walk the Moon and, is that it? That's not it. No, it's not Moody Hall. That's not where I saw it. I think it was the one that you just mentioned. The Paramount Theater. Let me just look at it real quick here. I saw Walk the Moon and Panic at the Disco, and my goodness, it was just so much fun. It felt right up and close and personal, and that looks like it. We entered into the building from like a side door, but the stage that I'm looking at here looks really, I mean, everything looks really familiar. It had two decks like it's showing in the picture here, and we were on the upper side, and you felt like you were like sitting right on top of the stage almost, and it was incredible. Um, I really liked it. It was awesome. Had a lot of fun. If that's the venue I'm thinking of, I really, really enjoyed it. I want to go back there. I've only seen that one concert there, and I would love to go back and see some more. Particularly, I think one of the groups that I would love to see play there is probably Weezer. If they ever come to town and they decide to, although they usually play bigger events than that, but if they ever do come back and play at that, I would love to see them there. But anyways, 21 Pilots. That's that group. I've followed them around for a while now. I don't like their most current album, but we've seen them in concert like I think 3 times now. And my gosh, what a show they put on! Tyler, what's the other guy's name? I can't think of his name. James and Tyler, I think. Anyways, those guys are incredible. Just two guys. That's it. A drummer and a singer, slash piano and ukulele player. And you go like, how in the world could you come up with music like that with the just those two? They do it. It's pretty amazing. What do I got going on here? Looks like I got a notification. Yeah, I don't care. FINRA is investigating Webull and other brokerages for abuse of stock lending programs. This is posted by Abu Dhabu. Don't ask me how I knew how to say that. We'll go ahead and throw it up on the screen. This looks kind of important. Too long, I didn't read. I caught Webull lending out my stock, AMC and ARKK, without my permission. FINRA is investigating abuse of stock lending programs by Webull and other brokerages. Is an active investigation. Backstory. I logged a complaint with FINRA, and to my surprise, they actually got back to me. The National Cause and Financial Crimes Detection Program is investigating them. Though the agent would not say directly, citing confidentiality. Apparently, there are several issues going on, not disclosing to users that they are enrolled and keeping them enrolled when they have opted out. I wrote about this many times. They underscore the wrote this in times with probably links to the times that they've wrote about it. I love that. That's awesome. Nice formatting. Abu Dhabi. But there's summary again. Oh, but here's the summary again. I transferred my account to a new brokerage and noticed that a good chunk of my holdings did not show up. I waited almost another week before calling my new brokerage to find out what was going on. They said it all looked fine and all of the reported shares were delivered, but I knew about 50% of the value had not been transferred. I mini panicked, thinking that something in my portfolio had tanked, but I realized that half of it simply hadn't been transferred. It turned out Webull had lent out my shares, claimed that I was still in the stock lending program, even though I know for a fact I had opted back out in February when I discovered how to. But Webull customer service lied to me. On top of that, they violated law by failing to report my shares to my new brokerage. Okay, so I don't know how much of this my mom will feel comfortable me talking about, so I don't know how much of it I want to say. I guess what I can say, I guess I won't say who her broker is. That probably will keep her safe. She has a broker that she's invested through. It's not anything that's been named in this article here. It is a very large broker. and she called them up to find out if they were lending her shares, especially after I came on the show and told everybody that they needed to find at least 5 people and ask them if they knew if their shares were being lent out. Um, she went to a broker, asked them. They said no, we are not lending out your shares. Um, but she said that they made a statement that made it sound like there was something going on with her shares, but it didn't have to do with being lent out to hedge funds. Like they were being lent out, but not necessarily to hedge funds. She's trying to do some more. Last I had talked to her, she was trying to do some more investigating into it. She wasn't able to finish her work on her investigation into that. But when she does get more information, she's going to get back to me on that, and I will report to you guys what she's found out. Um, I I believe, based on all the information that I see, I believe that there's a massive amount of shareholder shares that are being lent, um, and I think we could get utilization up super quick if we all did our part in finding people that we know who are involved in this stock and making sure that they know that they should not be having their shares lent out, or making sure that they're not having their broker, that they're opted out of those programs where their shares can be lent. Um, if we push something like that, I really think we could see utilization drive up really fast, um, because that would take shares off of the market that could be lent. If we got rid of about 14 million of those, we would see utilization. Well, it's less than that now. Back when I first was saying this, it was 14 million shares, but as of right now, there's only 8.6 million shares left to borrow. So we would only need to find 8.6 million shares worth of people who could overnight get their shares off the market, or over the week get their shares off the market, and you would see utilization drive up to 100%. That's one of the key indicators that we need right now to get us where we need to go for MOS. You know, the 3 indicators that are there. Let me put them back on the screen again. Short exempt volume, utilization is number 2, and day over day price increase. So day over day price increase being over 5%, we're on track for that today as it stands. So I'm going to give that a green mark or a yellow mark for tomorrow, more than likely, and put a number 1 over here because we need 3 days of that. This number right here for the short exempt volume went from like 300, I think it was 60 or 80,000 to 909,000. So we're on our way to hitting that 3 million goal for short exempt volume. And then utilization. The only way we're going to get this utilization up is if we get people to make sure that their brokers are not lending out their shares. If there's no shares left, which we know is the case, then that means that the borrowing has to be coming from somewhere. And if they're finding these shares to borrow through retail investors, then we're shooting ourselves in the foot. Until we can get all of our shares off the market for lending, we will continue to shoot ourselves in the foot. So grab one person. That's all I'm asking. Find one person that you know who is involved in this stock, and get them to verify with their broker, even if it's through a phone call, that they're not part of a share lending program. Make that your homework. I'm handing you guys homework. There's 4 of you listening right now. You guys can do this. I know you can. It's not asking a whole lot. I think, you guys are doing enough as it is to buy and hold, but taking that extra step, going the extra mile, and trying to get, just one person and finding out if they have their shares available for lending is not much to ask. And I think everybody can do that part. 68.83 million. The volume is still just kind of down right now. If volume picked up, I think we would see a shoot up through here. It looks like it's going to consolidate down into this window some more. It might drive past through my box before it has a chance to break out, which is okay. This is just kind of an estimation. I think, Mark, I'm gonna do a correction. I'm just checking it out real quick before I say anything, just to see. Okay, never mind. I really don't know where it was that I saw that music venue. The Opry House? The concert that I went to with Walk the Moon and Panic at the Disco was is I don't believe it's closed. Oh, that's where you saw it was the Opry House. That's where you saw Tom Petty. Let me look that up. What made you move from Austin out of curiosity? Was I would imagine it's work related. Yeah. It's not very often that you find people who want to move away from Austin. I think a lot of people who move here really enjoy it here. Oh, an airline job in Denver, nice. That's right. I think we talked before. Colorado is definitely where I want to move to eventually. I think Colorado's great. Do you fly? Do you fly? Are you currently still in the airline job, or do you fly? Are you a pilot? Or perhaps a mechanic, maybe, working out of Denver? I don't know. You may not want to say what you do for a living. That's cool. I understand. Um, so I hope my son doesn't mind. We'll just say that my son's future job in the Air Force is to uh, work on airplanes. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say what kind or anything like that. I'm just going to say he's going to be working on airplanes. Uh, okay. Um, but yeah, so he's going to be working on airplanes here. I think I think eventually he would love to fly. Um, and so he might be working towards the officers training school in order to get into the flight program, and, which is incredible. You know, I can't even imagine him having that experience of being able to work on airplanes and then moving into being the pilot. It would be hugely um, important for him to be successful in anything that he does, in regarding airplanes. So I think he's going down the right path. I'm really proud of him because he's getting that he's doing this to get the education that he needs in the future. So I think he's doing a great job at what he's kind of preparing himself for what's to come in his grown up adult life outside of the military. Grown up, he's grown up in the military, but just in his future outside the military. So we broke out of this ascending or sorry this wedge pattern, and we are trending up on this, so that's good. Uh, Duncan's hoping for at least 33 close today. I'm hoping for 33.50. Let's see if we can get another boost of volume. You can see that it is indeed jumping up on volume here. This is 230,000 and this is 241. So, those are almost at the level that we need to see. So if you look at these two candlesticks right here, or volumes of column, or columns of volume, uh, you'll that's kind of what we need to maintain, or we need to be around those levels finish out strong today. You can see there's a fight going on right now in price. We've got candle wicks on both sides of the candlestick. There is a $31.70 buy wall of 4,268 shares. And currently our short interest is at 15.4% with 98.3 thousand shares. So the amount of shares that are being borrowed today are dropping over time. I think we started out with like one. How many was it today earlier? I want to say it was like over 2 million. It's been a while. I can't remember. I have really bad short-term memory. But we've gone from 360 some odd thousand shares on borrow to 98.3. I don't see signs of them borrowing shares right now to suppress the price. If I had to guess, I really think that they're shipping over a lot of our volume over to the dark pools to suppress prices. That seems to be like the new popular thing for them to do. I think it's really effective. But I also think that, you know, they kind of got some red flags raised up on them for doing that. When we hit those 70%ers, what was that, a week ago? So like 71%, 71.4, 71.5. We were hitting huge 70% days. I've known, Mark, I've known some families that used to work for, well, a family that used to work for uh, Alaska Airlines. The wife was a flight attendant and the husband was a pilot, and they both lived up in Washington, Seattle, Washington. And really cool couple. But they, let me tell you, they had their shit together. They made some really good money and spent a lot of years working for Alaska during probably some of the better years earlier on. I don't think they're doing as well as they used to, but um, they were working there when it was the highlight to be working for that company, and they really did well for themselves. Um, I always kind of admired them and looked up to them, and you know, kind of like where how they had. I feel like they really loved their jobs and they had cool jobs and they got to do the things that they wanted to do. I don't even know if that makes sense. There's a $22,000 sell wall at $32 that we just blew right through. It looked like it was all for show. That is gone. Price is not being inhibited right now. Here's another wall that just formed up with 5,000 shares at 32.50. Looks like 32.45 is supposed to be the next level of resistance. It does look like they're trying to short ladder attack it right now. You can see how it's kind of playing out. Just kind of like how I've seen it in the past. I recognize some of the what's happening here. When you start seeing these single digits that start showing up in here for sales, I don't know if you can see it fast enough, but these single digits will pop up, and that's how they short ladder attack the price down. So instead of having these big sell walls, they put up buys and they trade these buys and sells back and forth at very low volumes. You know, and when you start seeing these single digit numbers that pop up in here, that's how you know they're doing these short ladder attacks. It's not being successful right now. I mean, the price is still kicking up here. So you know, here comes the walls that are being built up at 32.45. We'll see if we can push through that. We were the way we were kind of trending on our man, words, they just get jumbled up in my mouth sometimes. The way we were trending earlier today, we were kind of leading GameStop in the future as to what was going to happen. So if you go back and you look at GameStop and look at it and see, you know, it looks like it's starting to take off like we are, but I think we're a little bit further ahead of that takeoff right now. Right? Here's their consolidation period. Their breakout happened at probably around 1341, and our breakout happened at 1335. So we're leading them by about 5 or 6 minutes as to what their future is going to look like. Duncan. I know, man. I know. We need these. We need to get these leg up on these guys for the week here. John's got us down by 2 points. We need to make a comeback. Okay, so we punched through 32.45. We have a huge wall that went up to keep us there at 32.51. There's 20,000 shares worth of buying pressure, and it is actually moving down. You know, it is actually disappearing, which means that they're trying to short past this. It was holding strong for a little bit there, and then it disappeared. So it didn't hold entirely. So here comes the attack backwards. Here's where it's going to start to fall a little bit. What did volume pick up to? 487, 430, 624. Oh, it's my O face. Oh. 380,000 this minute. Volume is just spiking. RSI is at 80. I'm assuming that you mean a different time interval than what I'm seeing. Oh, you're talking. Okay, you're a little bit. I got to remember that there's a 10 to 25 second delay. So yeah, you're seeing the RSI. I'm actually seeing it ahead of you as I'm reading it. I'm a little bit into the future, so I'm seeing a value that's lower. On a 30-minute interval, our RSI is at 62.25, which still has room to increase over time. On a 5-minute interval is at 66.69, so those are both kind of on the high side. So we'll probably need to see a little bit of consolidation here, or maybe this would be our flagpole and maybe a little bit of a pennant formation before we start to spike back up again. No. No. It's just that when you make a comment, you're seeing something that's already happened for me. So I'm seeing live, right? I'm getting live information. I don't do these predictions. What you see is what I'm doing live. It's just that you see it 10 to 25 seconds later than it actually happens. But no, I am doing it live. There's no me getting to do something before, there's no delay on my end. You're seeing everything live that I'm doing as it happens. I'm not I'm not on a delay feed at all. It's just delayed for you to get it. And so when you type something in the message box, I see it instantly. Um, it's almost like you're communicating with me into the future in a way. Oh yeah, man, it's hard for me to tell sarcasm on comment bars. I'm back from the future. You can call me Michael J. Fox. I'm okay with that. I'm back from the future. I just saw a documentary little piece is things you didn't know about Back to the Future. Did you know that when they were coming up with the title for that, when they pitched the idea of naming the movie Back to the Future, the head executives didn't like the idea of calling it Back to the Future because they thought that it didn't make sense. Can you imagine? I think it makes perfect sense to me, but that's I'm maybe it's just because we grew up with it that way. They thought it would be confusing for people who were watching the show. But it makes sense to me. I mean, he went back into the future. Sorry, he went back into the past, but Back to the Future parts when he comes back, he's back from the future or back to the future from the past. I don't know. It made sense to me, but whatever. My brain's different. It's funny. I'll make it funny or a joke or whatever, and I'll laugh about it, and then I'm done and over it, and I'm just sitting here, and then all of a sudden you'll start laughing, and I'll be like, "What are they laughing at? I don't get it." And I'll go, "Oh yeah, I made it funny like 10 minutes, like 10 seconds ago." I think that's one of the hardest things about doing a YouTube live stream is not having like any absolute direct feedback. And so like when you laugh about something or you do something and it's funny, it's hard to laugh at you're laughing at yourself or with yourself, and it's just like, I mean, I don't know, it's odd. I don't want to delete this yet. Um, so remember what I was saying about the if you're gonna have a pennant, you want it to be about as long as your flagpole. If this is where we broke out truly, and the time was 13:41 and it ended at 13:45. It was a 4-minute flagpole. 4 minutes out from there would be 13:49, or right here, right at the end. And look, at lo and behold, we're starting to break up and above. If you were to draw the pennant right here, you would see that we're breaking out where we're supposed to. So this is what you would call a proper pennant right here. Even though it's so small, because it would be drawn like this, right? You'd have your first touch point from the top and your bottom touch points, right? It would look something like that. And so you would see that we indeed drove down, or we consolidated to that point and then broke out of it. I don't know if that helps anybody. Volume at 73.7 million. We're going to have a difficult time making the prediction I had for today of 130 to 150, I think. Let me see here. I don't know, maybe time's flying differently for me. Let me see here. Yeah, right now we're on pace for like 112 million. So we're really going to have to pick it up the pace a little bit to hit the 130 volume by the end of the day. Now, if we did continue, let's see where we're at right now. Yeah, not quite. We need to see candlesticks that are kind of in the 250 range. You know, we had a great 4 or 5 minutes right here. Oh, I think I hear somebody. Who is that? Who is that I hear? I'm hearing something. Midday music. Phil Collins. Oh my God, Phil Collins. What's going on, Phil Collins? What's going on? Me too. Mark's at fault here. Mark brought Phil Collins to the table for music. Sorry. Mark Mitchell. I would not lend a hand to the hedge funds. Yep, 2008. No idea, do they? They don't have any idea, but they do now. Sorry, I shouldn't sing. Feel it? Here it comes. too, Phil. Me too. So much passion in that song. I don't know if you guys have ever done any research on that song. This is obviously not about stocks at all, but I love the passion in his voice there, and I felt the pain that he's felt before. So I know he speaks from true wisdom when he sings that song. And we are doing really well here, guys. I am not seeing shares being borrowed currently. Oh no, I take that back. There has been more shares borrowed. We were at 98.3 thousand shares borrowed. We are now up to 112.3. So they did borrow a few extra shares here. I want to thank Phil Collins for being a part of my show today. We are at 15.4% short share interest on the free float. Let's see what else we got going on here. We'll take a look at options again here. Man, this is blinding, some of this light. I wish there was like permanent dark mode. I tried downloading a permanent dark mode for my Google, whatever the heck this is that I use for my web browser, but it didn't really work out all that well, and it kind of jacked everything up a little bit. Did I refresh this? 32.4 on a 32 call strike price, so that's up from 26. We're going to call it 32.5. That's pretty close. And on the put side, the $29 strike price is winning it out at 28,000. Close runner-up is 30 at 26,000. That is up from 23.8. We are ever so close to eking back in there for Duncan on his point for the day. Come on, cross that line, baby. Break that line for him. We might, let's see, we had this column of volume right here was at 792,000 shares traded in 1 minute. Holy Toledo. We're not just cooking with grease, we're cooking with bacon grease. Who doesn't love bacon grease? If you don't like bacon grease, get out of my channel. On a 30-minute interval, we're currently running an RSI of 65.9, so still some room for some growth. 70 is the upper limit. And on the 5-minute interval, we are currently at 75.31. So now would be some time for some consolidation. You know, another run up and another point of consolidation possibly. In fact, we probably, it certainly could drive up some more, and we could risk run some high RSI for a while before we would run back down and consolidate for a while. I could see it bumping up a little bit more here. Look at it just dancing all over your number. It's just dancing all over you. In, out, in, out. Duncan's over here like, go, go. Oh, I can feel the momentum. This is like watching somebody do pull-ups and they're like on their last pull-up and you're like, come on, man, you can do it. Push. One more rep. Here is a post by Miller MGRM. Short sellers lose 44 billion in 30 days. That's rough. What is that based off of? Where are they getting that information from? Tremendous blog. Looks like it was written July 8th. So if they were talking about 30 days prior, that would make sense because that would have been during that June run up. Well, let's read it. Why not? Short sellers lose 44 billion in 30 days. I don't see who wrote the article. The number one source of short seller losses, ? AMC by a wide margin at 2.8 billion. AMC was also the number 2 stock in the entire market and increased short exposure in June, a little behind Tesla, which has a market cap of more than 25 times as large. How can we describe this behavior by short sellers? ? Delusional? ? Suicidal? ? Or perhaps rational? Given the incentives hedge funds are facing, numerous funds are down heavily on bad bets against meme stocks. Once a hedge fund is well into the red, it has to make back its losses to even have a chance of earning its 20% performance fee. That fee is collected only on gains over the capital invested. So the deeper in the hole a fund gets, the more incentive it may have to make risky bets. Only a huge payoff on a volatile stock like AMC can get them back in the black, earning those sweet, sweet performance fees. Unfortunately, this exposes investors who have already lost much of their capital to enormous risks. If I were an investor in a hedge fund that bet against meme stocks, which fortunately I am not, I'd pull my money out ASAP before they lose it all. It's hard to make money shorting anything in such a hot market, but shorting one of the most popular stocks out there is a recipe for disaster. The hedge funds were just lucky that June is a short month. More on AMC. I don't know who wrote this. It kind of bothers me that I don't know who this is. I've never heard of Tremendous or what this is. This could certainly just be like an ape that's writing for a news column for a blog on the internet. I don't know. It's hard to say. I like it. It was a good piece. Okay, so here's the turnaround here. If we had a run up, if you're going to consider this a pennant move, let's check it out. It's timestamps from 1355 to the top at 1406, so a 10-minute drive up. So a 10-minute drive out would be 1416, or just past this line here. So we'll see if this continues to consolidate or if it's going to drop the price for a correction. It does kind of appear to be a correction in the opposite direction. Although we do have walls set up at 3270 and 3280. So we'll see if those walls hold. There's also another wall at 32.75. So we'll see what happens here. Volume is currently averaging around 400,000 shares a minute. Beautiful volume. Beautiful volume. If we could keep that up for the rest of the day, that'd be amazing. Yeah, they are fighting it. Okay, so I finally saw some shares get borrowed off the Stonko tracker, but it was only 50,000 shares. Not a whole lot. So far, the wall at 32.80 is still holding. Looks like we may have hit it at least once, or thereabouts. It was really close. We have a wall that just built up at 32.88. That just got attacked. New wall formed at 32.88. It does appear like momentum might be reversing. The last minute of volume was at 264, so that's good. We didn't drop under 250. So when we get to this, I don't know if you guys can see this line here. I can probably draw, this is not technical analysis by any means, but I'll try to draw a pennant formation based off of this point from the high. Probably about there. So if this were going to be a true pennant, you'd want to see a breakout inside this right here. So consolidation up to this point and then breaking out. I don't know why, but today seems to like it's such a great day today. I was losing track of time earlier today, but ever since I had lunch, it seems like the day's kind of dragging on for me a little bit, and I'm not sure why. Um, everything that's happening so far is really exciting. I'm glad to see that we're up 10% on the day. If I track this based on the tracking that I normally do, I had said that a 33.3 dollar increase would be significant enough to consider us on an upwards trend. If I put in $33, it's 15.5% up from the 28.57 low that we had. That's probably significant. If we closed at $33 today, I would say that that's significant enough to consider an uptrend. So I'm going to go ahead and mark today. Yeah, so we finally we got out of that 9-day streak. The only time we've ever had a longer day streak was a 10-day streak back in from June 22nd to the 7/2, and it resulted in a 21.8% drop in price from 61.1 to 47.7. So this is the second longest time we have dropped in days over days, and it was for about a 10% more decrease in total amount. I think we definitely had paper hands in there. Okay, so this did break out. So this doesn't mean this is not bad. It just means that this is not a pennant. It's either going to be a correction or it's going to be a wedge. And on the wedge, you can't figure out. It's hard to say which direction it's going to break out to. So this could be signaling an overbought correction. So RSI is at 6. It's dropping to 63.7 on a 30-minute interval, and on a 5-minute interval. Excuse me. 64. Whoa, are they the same number? Pretty darn close. Wow, their RSI on 5-minute interval and 30-minute interval are tracking almost identically. I haven't seen that before. Let's see how the market is doing. Give it a second to update. So there are more advancers now. It went from 44.15 to 44.45 advancers over 2,194 decliners. So the market's still advancing and advancing even more than it was earlier. We're supposed to have a beta, a negative beta relationship to the rest of the market, meaning if the market's up, we should be down, and if the market's down, we should be up. But not the case right now. NASDAQ is up 0.68%, Dow Jones up 0.52%, and S&P 500 is up 0.44%. We are not turning. The semiconductor industry is hurting, and the healthcare industry is hurting. This is like the banking. Well, it says banking over here. Maybe this is the lending portion of the banking sector. I'm not sure. They are showing a lot of red in there, though. It has like Berkshire Hathaway is in there, both A and B. Honeywell, 3M. That's not banking. I don't know what that sector is called. ITW, GE. Is it electrics? It's like industrial. GE, 3M, and Honeywell are all kind of industrial. I don't know what sector that is. If you guys know, tell me. So we bounced off of $33.30. We're kind of traveling back down. It looks like we're a little bit heading towards 32.45. We definitely have some walls in here that are going to, try and prevent the price from continuing to fall down further. Not a whole lot of walls on the selling side. Let me watch this for just a second and see if I see short ladder attacking going on. Maybe a little bit. You got to, oh, yep, definitely. They pop up really quick. They disappear pretty quickly as well. You can catch it the easiest if I pull up the time and sales. Watching those go through, you can actually I don't think you ever see it in here because it doesn't show anything less than 100. But you can watch the time and sales go by, and it can sometimes give you an idea as to when the short ladder attacks are happening. But it won't show anything. I don't think it'll show anything less than 100. block trades. So there is a bit of a reversal here. We're bouncing off of $32.65. Looks like we're going to go back and retest $30, maybe even $33.30. Robinhood's down 17.3%. They're about $10 away from their original opening price on their IPO day. We are up 10.5% for the day, whereas GME is up 6.25. Cinemark, our competitor, is up 6.28%. So GME and Cinemark are kind of tracking side by side. Amazon is up 0.75% for the day. Heartbeat of America. Something I haven't looked at recently is the estimated outstanding shares based on SATEC votes. Up here at the top of my page, I'll go ahead and pull up the app for that so we can kind of get a guesstimate as to where we're moving for a floor for total outstanding shares. The way I look at it is that I'm basically taking half of the total amount of average shares and then multiplying that by the 4.1 million estimated shareholders that we have. Which, this is sloppy as hell, guys. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. But, you know, I feel comfortable in saying that doing what I'm doing is definitely a viable way of looking at what I would consider to be the bare minimum for how many outstanding shares there are. Okay, so we currently have 49.2 million shares divided by 40,761 voters gives us 1207. I think we were at 1210 earlier, maybe 1215. So it's a little bit lower. Divide that by 2 times the 4.1 million shareholders, and we get 2.474. So this is lowering just a little bit. 481 to 474. I think I'm pretty certain that, you know, 2 billion at the very least is going to hold. But remember, every million shareholders that you add to these values gives us an additional 500 million shares that gets added to this. So if 4.1 jumps up to, say, for example, 6 million shareholders, that's another billion outstanding shares that are out there. And then that's not even counting Europe or anybody who can't vote. So I'm going to need another downtrend here to happen in order to draw out a wedge. Duncan's like, no, we don't. We don't need another downtrend. I feel like I'm just waiting. Let's check out inflow versus outflow. Wow, that was really quick. 549 inflow versus 522 outflow. So we are 22 plus 5, 27. 27 points above outflow. Oh, okay. Game on. Our short share interest went up to 15.47. That's not the part that's shocking, or game on shocking. Game on shocking part is that they just borrowed about 400,000 shares at the end of the day today, which is pretty hefty. So it went from 112.3 thousand shares borrowed to 530.6. To me, that means that they suspect a fight going on here towards the end of the day today. I'm going to pull back out here for just a minute. I want to kind of check the day a little bit here. See what I see. Do you see this, guys? Do you see that? Does anybody, who's the first person that sees this? What are you seeing day over day? In all this mess of lines that I've got in here, do you see it? I'm going to pull out to 30 minutes. You might see it a little bit better. Maybe not. My lines are kind of messy in here, but do you see this? Do you see what's happening? It's a 2-day cup. If we get back up to 33.87, maybe somewhere between $33, $34, cup and handle, yeah. A massive one. Well, not massive, but it's pretty big. I mean, it's the biggest one I've seen in a while. But yeah, cup and handle. If we make it up to, what is this value right here? $34, $34.39. Let me zoom in on this. Let's call it 34.30. It could be 35. Let's just call it 35. If we get up to $35, before we start having a down pattern at this 30-minute interval, we could have ourselves a 2-day cup formation. So, you could see it getting up to like $35, and then having a downturn of maybe $1 or so. Where would that put it at? Let's see, 35 would be, that's so high. Up here. Maybe by the end of the day, and then it goes down slightly in the aftermarket hours to 33.5, and then boom, boom in the aftermarket. Do you guys see why I called today's title what I called it? Do you see? There's a reason why I call every single day what I call it. And if you look over the last couple days, I wanted to kind of start poking towards what I'm seeing and what I feel is going to happen. Pump up the volume, was that yesterday? And sure enough, volume started pumping up. What was the day before that? I don't even remember what I call them each day. Let me see. Pump up the volume. Synthetic price failures was the day before, and that was because I was seeing what looked to be like these, what looked to be like we were having this 20% failure, and then we ended up having more. History repeats was on Monday, and that was after I saw some great DD on the weekend in regards to the trends over time from January, what happened between January and June, and what's happening between June and now. And we're on a much shorter timeline to hitting these spikes that are going to be very equivalent, but in larger nature to what we saw back in January. The calm before the storm was on Friday, along with the meeting with Duncan and meeting him. The calm before the storm. It was so calm. The volume was so low. There really wasn't a whole lot happening. It was just kind of dropping in price. There's a reason why I'm calling these what I'm calling them. Yeah. I was unable to get a second touch point here, or at least what I thought would be a proper touch point. If I would have gotten one, it would have looked like something like this. But yeah, we just started breaking out before I could even draw anything. Volume 400,000 last 2 minutes. If we hit 35 bucks, how many people are gonna? How many do you think? How many people are gonna start looking at this stock and going, maybe it's time for me to buy in before it gets out of control? I don't think that's gonna happen. Where I'm trying to think in my head, where is the FOMO gonna hit? What price? Where are you gonna see the FOMO buyers? I've already said before, 40 to 45 is a gray area. Nobody really wants to invest after 40 because it's a little too high for their liking, for the average person's taste. FOMO at 37 maybe? 37 to 40? If we start hitting 37 to 40 in the aftermarket hours today, or in the pre-market hours tomorrow, driving through that $40 to $45 range, that gray area that's caused us so much trouble, I don't think will be any difficult blowing right through. So, what am I going to entitle tomorrow? I don't know. I usually decide probably about 5 to 10 minutes before I start the show. I struggled. What day was it that I struggled on the title? I want to say it was Pump Up the Volume. Release the FOMOs. Oh, damn, I wish I had beer right now. God, beer would have been so awesome to have right now. I think I see a trend. Let me try. Nothing after 33.5. What do you mean by nothing after 33.5? Oh, it's not. There's not touch points. I thought I was seeing a little bit of an ascending parallel channel, but it's not. I kind of want to start. Oh, beer o'clock. Be right back. I need one. I should go grab some. Sting dancing on the moon. I love Sting, man, dude. I wish you lived here, Mark. We'd go hit up one of the local bars after trading day, and we just shoot the shit for a while. We talk music or something, cause damn, it seems like we have some common. I love Sting, man. Sting's awesome. That guy's a fucking amazing musician. Let's see here. One thing you're gonna catch me on, and I'm not gonna try to deceive you. I am probably the worst person when it comes to names. So I've probably heard this song before, but I can't remember names. It's this ADD crap that I got, and names don't stick with me. So like whenever I hear a song, the names just don't stick. I can't remember the names. I can't remember lyrics of songs. I struggle with like memorization of things like that. Let's see here. I'm sure I've heard this song before. It's The Police. Back when he was in The Police. Which one do I pick? I should probably pick the official. Ooh. Sorry about that if I just blasted you guys out. No, I didn't. Okay. I only blasted my own ears. Huh? I'm sorry if I blasted you out. I love the triplets. 2 triplet, 3 triplet. This video is hilarious. Good song. Well, it's very appropriate. I like it. Walking on the Moon. Walking on the Moon by Sting. Thank you, Sting, for joining the channel. Alright guys, that was a good segue into me taking a break, so I'm going to walk away for about 40 minutes. I'm about 10 minutes late going in, so I'm going to come back at about 2:20 into the end of the day today. So I will see you guys here back then. Let me adjust my wording. Alright guys, I'm going to step away, take a little bit of a break here, and we'll come back into the power hour and finish this out together. I have an idea for a closing song if we should not do well in the closing, which could be a possibility, right? If we're looking at that 30-minute interval over a 2-day span, we have a really nice cup forming here, right? And so that what that could be leading up to, if we close at about 35 bucks, it could lead to an aftermarket sell-off of maybe $1.50, $2 maybe tops. Followed by probably what would be a spike up either in the pre-market in the morning or maybe in the later half of the after hours today. That's just kind of a prediction that I'm making right now. Don't hold me to it, but let's see what happens. So I will zoom back in on this and leave you guys with watching the levels of resistance as we break through them. So each one of these yellow lines above is levels of resistance that we're passing through. Getting above 34.26 is a big one. That's 50%er. It moves us into a new category, I believe, for levels of support if we can get past that $34.26 mark. But otherwise, we have a 33.51 level of support. Look at the amount of pressure that we have to keep us out of that $35 or $34 range. 37, almost 38,000 shares buy wall, sell wall rather. Then I followed up by another one at $34 of 13,000 shares. So this is a fight. This is a fight. Be ready. Be ready for what's going to happen. We'll see. I'll see you guys on the flip side here of the break. Okay, I am back. Time to finish out this day in the power hour. It is trading right between True Demons and my prediction. Sorry, True Demons. I said True Demons. I meant Duncan's and mine. I just read I had a shout out from True Demon. He was still on my mind. He shouted out the show. It was cool. Apparently, he still stops by for visits. I'd love to get a chance to talk to him again sometime. Let's see here. So let's take a look at what we got going on here. Shares that have been borrowed. It looks like they may have borrowed some more shares, maybe about 100,000. Let's check and see where that's showing up on Ortex. Ortex is showing 15.4%, 15.46% short share interest on the free float, and currently the amount of shares on that have been lent for the day today has decreased ever so slightly. It is down from 530,000 to 499,000 shares. 499.3. Looks like my volume prediction for the day today is probably going to come up a little shy here. I don't think that it's going to make 130 by the end of the day today. We did have kind of volume drop off to the point to where it was almost unescapable from being able to make it. You can see the drop off right here. Let me get rid of the tally marks here for just a second. You can see the drop off for the day just kind of decreased to the point to where it was kind of unreturned. There was a point of no return in trying to get volume back up to where it should be for the day today. But that's okay. That's fine. I'm okay with being wrong on the volume prediction that I made it at 7 o'clock in the morning, which was between 130 and 150 million shares traded for the day today. If we end up at just slightly under, like maybe 120 for the end of the day today, I'll be happy with that. That's fine. Day over day, that is not bad. Of course, according to True Demons volume amount, he wants to see, well, that's short exempt volume. So that's not really part of it. But we will meet one of 3 days that we need to meet on a price increase day over day by 5% or more. Right now we're sitting at about 12.5% increase on the day. So I will make that a yellow mark for tomorrow and add a 1 next to the 5% over there. Let me just delete this real quick here. Okay. Looking at options. Let's pull those up over here so we can look at them real quick together. Looks like at a strike price of $34, the most amount of volumes right there at 34, so that's increased. Earlier it was surrounding $32 for calls, but we've had a pickup at 34, so we'll go ahead and change that. And the total amount of volume is 43,000. On the put side, the strongest level of support is at the $30 range, which is up $1 from 29. And the total level of support or amount of volume at that level is 34.1 thousand. So calls are definitely beating out the puts right now. And we can see that on the Stonko tracker. Check that out real quick here. So what do we got here? Uh, 263,000 calls. 263 versus 141. So there's quite a few more call options than there are put options. However, the put options are more in the money than the calls. But as the price increases, especially if it moves into higher levels, higher levels in the aftermarket hours. You know, you'll see more of these being in the money for tomorrow. Tomorrow being Friday, the expiration day for these options. Looks like we'll have quite a few at $34, $35 range. But the next gap, you know, we would have to gap up to 40 to get a whole bunch of calls in the money. So, you know, we'll be watching out for that. 40 would be an amazing number to hit by the end of the day tomorrow. I'm gonna cross my fingers. It's gonna take at least that much to get there. So currently, it looked like off of our last bump up, we hit 34.12. We kind of bounced back down to looks like about 32.84. And then jump back up again. Looks like there's some levels of support in here. We have a level of support at 33.51, which we're right at about right now. Hopefully we can fight that off and start pushing upwards towards the 34.26 range. I'd like to finish the day out at about 34 bucks. That'd be nice. But the one thing that we're kind of watching right now is that 5-minute on a 5-minute interval. Sorry, 30-minute interval. We have a beautiful cup that's formed on a 2-day average. Look at that. That's absolutely beautiful. If we can push on up to $34 before $34 to $35, 34 would be ideal. By the end of the day today, we will have completed the cup and can start the handle portion of that, which would drop us down to $1, $1.50 from 34, so maybe 32.50. Giving us a perfect bullish signal for moving into late aftermarket hours or into pre-market hours for tomorrow and moving even more upwards in price. We had that nice breakout earlier. That was beautiful. My non-financial advisor opinion on Hood, not non-financial, I'd stay away from it. I would stay away from it. Like it's like the burning bag of poo on your front door that somebody just knocked on. Don't even step on it to knock out the fire. It's just, it's ugly. It's just so ugly. If AMC wasn't a thing, you know, if I were to sit here and tell you that AMC, you know, like let's just pretend for a moment that AMC didn't exist, and I was looking to put some money into something, you know, I might have tried to ride a. I don't think I would have got in on AMC or on Hood right off the bat when it first opened, but as soon as I saw like the increase in price, the kick up. Let me see. I'll move back out here just a little bit. When I saw this kick up in price, I guess it was right about here on the 3rd, so 2 days ago. Maybe midday, I would have probably bought into this. Maybe at like $43, and tried to ride that up as high as possible. I probably would have bought. I probably would have sold on the somewhere on this backside here at 64 bucks. Maybe kind of like beginning of the day today, or you know, as soon as I started seeing it really start to fall. But you know, I would avoid this. I personally am avoiding this. All the other stocks right now are in the positive. Everything else that I'm monitoring, Amazon, which is the heartbeat of America and goods, consumer goods that they ship out, just everything that they ship. Cinemark is up 6%, Doge is up 0.32%, GME is up 4.5%, we're up 12%. The market as a whole, Looks like 4,443 advancers to 2,241 decliners. The market's doing well as a whole overall. It is unusual to see AMC doing as well as it's doing on a green day for the whole market. I'm honestly really happy to see what's happening right now. Yeah, man, it's one thing that was pointed out to me by one of my admins. I don't want to point any fingers at anybody in particular, just because I'm not sure if they want me to or not. One of my admins pointed out to me today that when Hood is doing good, AMC is doing bad. When AMC is doing bad, Hood is doing good. So that's take it or leave it for what it's worth. I'm not saying that I've seen that myself. I'm just saying what somebody else had pointed out to me. There was something that I wanted to check and I can't remember what it was. Give me a second here while I look through some of my stuff here. I don't know if you guys saw this or not earlier when I was talking about it, but according to Fintel, the teacher retirement system of Texas bought 46.3 thousand shares of AMC. I think that's pretty significant. A key thing to point out. Let's look at inflow versus outflow real quick on AMC. So it looks like 695 to 653. So we're up 42 points, 42 million more of an inflow than outflow currently. I do see a double top here, which might explain what's going on as to why we're seeing a little bit of a price fall here and then back up. Let's see if we can get some kind of idea on how the end of the day is going to look here. We'll draw this. So this is just a wedge. I can't tell you which way this is going to break out. It's just kind of what I'm seeing right now. Might consolidate down into this wedge, and I can't predict which direction it's going to go here. But we'll probably see a breakout. Somewhere in this time frame. Whoa, I always do that. Easy, cowboy. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm going to check Reddit out and see what we got going on here. Apparently, CNBC removed Gensler's interview from social and YouTube, so he posted it himself. Interesting. CNBC removed it, and then Gary Gensler himself reposted it. Interesting. Wow. That's posted by Shandude Lemon on Reddit. Shandude Lemon. I think it's supposed to be Shane. It's just SHAN. Uh, Somebody posted. This is CW Field 17 posted a Business Insider posting that said another hedge fund is shorting AMC as the meme stock darling falls below 30. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks for them. It does suck for them. So this is posted by Commercial Space 2339 saying tomorrow will be FOMO before the earnings. I am going to keep buying AMC and looking forward to Adam Aron and the financial report next week. Um, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that the average investor will have FOMO leading into that. There might be institutional investors that are going to want to pick up if they get some kind of wind that there's going to be some positive outlook on the earnings reports for the quarter, and they might actually get some kind of idea of what that's going to look like leading into the weekend. So there's a possibility. That's definitely what would cause like a run up on like a late Friday afternoon, after hour like run up. I could see that happening. Yeah, this is Gary Gensler's post. Uh, Thanks, shout out to Duncan for this. We must guard. So this is posted by Gary Gensler himself. He posted, "We must guard against fraud and manipulation, whether from big actors, hedge funds, or elsewhere. We are taking a close look at market structure to ensure our capital markets are working for investors." So yeah, I mean, apparently CNBC took this down and he posted it up himself. So it's up there. It's going to be interesting to see what comes of that. You know, I hate to put faith into the SEC because I feel like so many times they've let us down. You know, we've had what feels like plenty of opportunities or examples of how we see market manipulation. I think the shareholder count alone, uh, being as you know 4 or 5 times the amount of the total amount of shares, should be more than enough evidence as to what's going on here, and how bad this is being manipulated and poorly managed. Um, I believe they see it. I wholeheartedly do. And the fact that they haven't done anything about it to this point doesn't give me a whole lot of heart in believing that they're going to step up at any time and actually do something about it meaningful. But you know, I do hope that we do see something happen. You know, I'd like to believe that our government can do what it's supposed to do. My dad was a lawyer and a huge believer in our system, in our government system, and I really wish he was here so you could see what was happening right now. It would be awesome to kind of share this experience with him. Oh boy, I would have him on here talking all the time. I guarantee it. we would have, we would just be talking back and forth about the law. He was being a lawyer. The law is something he loves to talk about. We would be having amazing conversations. In fact, you know, actually, that's maybe who I'm going to reach out to next. I'm going to reach out to I'm going to reach out to somebody and I'm going to see if I can't get him to talk on the show. Uh, Somebody with a law background, and I don't know. I'll reach out to them first, see if they have kind of any insight into what's going on with AMC. I know that sometimes not everybody knows what's going on, and we'll just check and find out, see if they know anything, if they do have an opinion on what's happening, see what their opinion is. It's real hard with lawyers. I think one of the things that I struggled with seeing my dad, deal with like a lot of family law issues is that lawyers don't really like to give their time for free. Um, it's like asking somebody who it's like asking somebody that you know who's a musician to play free music for them, like it doesn't jive well with them because they're giving you their work for free. And so asking a lawyer to come on and talk about their legal opinions on something is um, to get free time is you're asking a lot. So I don't like to do that. Just because I know how it made my dad feel. Still the same on those indicators. I'm looking for some changes here. Looks like we're going to have a breakout. It's a little bit after. Hold on a second here. Hello? I knew it was going to be junk mail, junk advertisements. Okay, so we are indeed breaking out. It's after my box. It's a little bit late into this breakout here. It could be due to low volume that we didn't break out earlier. These are low columns of volume. We want to see, if you recall, how much? Anybody? 250,000 shares per minute. And this one right here is 284, so this is good. We want to see most of the rest of these hitting those levels. We need volume up here. So that could be a reason for part of the stall out here in the price. But it is indeed breaking out above. Hopefully we'll be getting up to that $34 range. We'll be fighting for 34 at the end. That's what I want to see. The reason 34 would be significant today specifically, I think, is it gets us on that two-day cup. It gets us right at the other edge of the tip. So this is $34 back here, starting of the trading day yesterday. So that puts us back up to that same point, and then puts us into the after hours where we would probably see the handle, and then moving into late after hours or opening pre-market tomorrow is a huge bull indicator leading into that period of time. And I'm just going to check Twitter and see if there's anything new here. Oh, you know what I wanted? I know what I wanted to check earlier. It just dawned on me. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the shareholder vote count on Say Technologies and verify where we're at on that and change our values. Okay, remember this is my floor, my estimation on the minimum amount of total amount of outstanding shares based off of this, the reportings on this Timothy B question, the number one question on there. The current amount of shares that have been voted on is 49.7 million shares, divided by 41.343 votes or shareholders, giving us an average of 12.02, or 1202, I mean, rather. I'm just simply dividing the number by half and then multiplying it by 4.1 million total shareholders. Now we know that number is going to change come Monday, and we know that there's a lot of European voters who didn't get an opportunity to vote or shareholders that didn't get the opportunity to vote. So we know that these numbers are low, extremely low. So 2.464. So it is slightly down by 10,000. But still, I expect these. I expect 2.4 to hold up. I really do. Over time, I think that we'll see that number hold. And again, I think this is a worst case scenario. On a worst case scenario, that's how many total shares exist. And I feel like that's being very, very, very lenient, because I'm assuming that the largest percentage of people who are placing in their votes are people who are putting them in, and I'm sure it's much higher than that. Okay, so we broke out up. Now we're breaking out down. I might just have to extend out this wedge here, right on into the end of the day maybe, or we could be breaking out of it. Duncan, you're funny. I'm okay with it, man. If you get the point, you get the point. I'd rather have you get the point than our missed column get the point. Um, but yeah, they do like to kick it down. Actually, right now is about the time frame that we normally are doing really well in fighting the battle of the end of the day. So I'm actually kind of surprised to see the price moving down like it is. I would imagine that there's going to be a return fight incoming. I'm going to go ahead and delete this. We'll just watch it. I'll tell you what, though, I will be really pissed off if I didn't just next time stick with the same values, because I was going to pick the same exact numbers you had, Duncan, but I thought, nah, I'll increase it just a little bit just to be different, and now I'm wishing that maybe I should have just stuck with the 33, 36. But I'm not. I'm a man of holding on to what it is that I say that I'm going to stick to, and so I set it at 33.50, and I'm going to live by it. So 33.30 is kind of like the fight right now. We're underneath that level of support, so we need to push past 33.30. Get back above it and hold there. Then the next push will be 33.51. There's a sell wall at 33.36 and one at 33.55. And a buy wall at 33.28. Okay, they broke through the 33.28 buy wall. I mean, it's not there anymore. Just kind of evaporated into thin air. There we go. We're pushing through. Well, we are down to about the last 10 minutes of trading. I think it's actually like the last 8 minutes. 8 or 9 minutes of trading here. What does this say? Yeah, the last 8 to 7 minutes of trading. It's been a good day, guys. I really enjoyed a lot of our conversations. You know, we started out the day talking about our a lot of our indicators that we always normally talk about, but we had for those of you who are struggling with what's been happening lately, we had Rizwan who came in here, Rizwan 101, and we had a talk. We sat down, we looked at all the indicators, and we had a talk this morning about what is it that we're seeing, what's happening. Do you trust everything that you've researched coming into this beforehand? And if you did, why are you faltering away from what you believe in, the numbers that you've seen in the past, and whether or not they hold true? And I think we had a good discussion. I'm not always going to be here to lift everybody up and to you know help put on the armor. That's something that you have to build yourself. You have to wear these convictions yourself, um, and you can. Just go back and relook at all the investigating that you did before you bought into this. Go back and refresh yourself. The whole analogy that I had from the grass is greener on the other side, but it's on the beach, right? You look at the beach, you're going to go out to surf. You get out in the water, and then all of a sudden, all the research you did while you're on the beach looking for the great breaks and the spot where you wanted to pick to surf at is now further down the beach when you're in the water. No, hold your ground. Hold your ground because that's an illusion. What you saw from the beach was correct. You got into the water at the right spot where the breaks were happening. Trust your previous investigations into what it is that you stand by. And if you don't, then you're going to exit the beach and leave, right? So um, don't get into one of those positions where you start swimming up and down the coast trying to find the break, because that's not where you find it. You find it from the shore. So if you have to, swim out, walk away. Walking away would be swimming out. Stand on the shore again. Look from the shore. See what you see from the shore. And then swim back out again and get back in the water. That's what you do. Looking forward to seeing short exempt numbers for today. I'm looking forward to seeing that as well. I really remember, since I got a couple of you guys sitting on here, and I know I'm going to always harp this into you. Go find that one person and find out if their shares are being lent by their broker. One person. That's all I'm asking. One person. That's your homework for tonight, or for this weekend. Find one other person other than yourself, and find out if their broker's lending their shares. Call them. Call them and bug them. They work for you. Make them do some work. Make sure they're don't ask questions like, are my shares being lent out to hedge funds? Say something specific like, can my shares be are my shares lendable? Ask those kind of questions. See what kind of answers you get back. There's room to believe that there are people out there who are having their shares lent when they've been told in the past that they're not able to be lent. So the brokers are not being completely honest. Try to find flaws if you can. Do some investigating. The price is picking back up. We're heading back towards 33.50. We have about 4 minutes left to go. It's going to be a push. I might get lucky here. It's going to be a close one for me. We'll see. I think Duncan's got a point though. He's got a point for the day. Good job, Duncan. I'm going to go ahead and just say congratulations. I think that you're safe. Me on the other hand, it's going to be a fight. So eat, drink tonight, get good sleep, and I will see you guys back here for tomorrow. Yesterday I was bullish, and at the end of yesterday I said I was going to be extremely bullish for today. Tomorrow, I'm probably as bullish as I am now, if not more. If it were a scale of 1 to 10, probably a 9 to 9.5 for tomorrow would be me, as 10 being the most bullish I could possibly be. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah, we still could. There's a possibility. We'll see here. Anyways, it's been a fun day, guys. I'm gonna sign off for now and play the exit, the outro, and I will see you guys later.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and in.
And you sound good.